They said it was the Netflix of gaming, but by Christmas of 2025, it felt more like the cable package of gaming, bloated, expensive, and out of touch. And the new head of Xbox, Asha Sharma, is hoping to course correct that very thing. The same day that I did a show where I predicted there were going to be changes coming to Game Pass, in light of her comments about it being too expensive, she announced a price drop for Ultimate. Now, this, of course, comes with the removal of Call of Duty hitting Game Pass day and date, with the commitment to have them hitting the subservice 1 year later. Now, I pointed out in my video last night, as well as on Twitter, this opens up the door for any big first-party game to skip Xbox Game Pass day and date. Well, why? Well, now they have to use very vague phrasing about Xbox published games coming to Game Pass day and date, because the biggest game they publish will not be there day one. This could be a slow boiling of the frog situation where they sort of fire this opening salvo, right? They're lowering the price of Game Pass Ultimate while removing Call of Duty from day and date, and then they could slowly move more and more big titles from showing up on the service day one. Now, for a long time, it felt as though day and date was an immovable tenet of the subservice. It was a common thing trumpeted by fans of the subservice as well as Xbox themselves. Basically, it was one of the primary reasons, if not the primary reason, to sign up. But it moved to Ultimate. If you remember, day and date used to be on the entire subservice, but it moved to Ultimate, and then the price went up, and then the Ultimate price went up again. And now, day and date is not just limited to the most expensive tier of Game Pass, it has a permanent asterisk next to it. And the reactions have been mixed. There are people who just simply don't care about Call of Duty, so they're happy to see the price go down. Many were quick to point out, though, that the price is still higher than when it was beforehand. Others pointed out that this is a passive admittance, that they raised the price of Game Pass Ultimate specifically because of Call of Duty. This is interesting because they told the regulators they would not be raising the price of Game Pass because of the ABK acquisition, and it turns out that they did. Some fans were quick to say, well, don't stop there. Get the Fortnite crew out of here. Get EA, Ubisoft Classics. Start removing those things as well if you want to bring the price down. Now, those are likely tied up in contractual agreements for Ultimate. They can't simply be removed, but that doesn't mean that they can't introduce a new Game Pass tier without those features, which, given that Asha Sharma said more evolution and changes coming, it's a very likely outcome that they have a tier that lacks a lot of those things in order to help you save some money. But for now, big games like Gears of War E-Day, that one has already been marketed as coming day one to Game Pass, so I don't see those changing since they essentially already made that commitment. Ultimately, it's about what lies beyond. Anything they have not announced yet. Many people are, setting their sights on the Elder Scrolls 6, saying, hey, is there a chance that this thing doesn't make it either? Overall, the change is being received well. Fans of Xbox are seeing this as a win for Asha Sharma as she sort of tries to right the ship. She brought back FanFest, she lowered the price of Game Pass Ultimate, and she seemingly is winning back some of that goodwill from the fans. But critics of Xbox were quick to point out, this is one more form of deterioration of what the brand sold itself on all these years. It was the best value in gaming, getting big games day and date. I remember fans being so sold on Game Pass and day and date that I was told, well, PlayStation Plus is DOA. They're not doing day and date with their big titles, so it's never going to work. Well, now that promise, which was central to Game Pass, has basically been fully detonated. No longer has day and date simply been moved to a higher tier, it has now been permanently altered. And given how companies like this sit and move, and especially how Xbox handles their own changes, you start with one thing and then, well, you'll slowly do the rest. So this could be just another sort of just for games moment for Xbox, where the change is seen and couched as positive, but quick comfort is taken in the idea that, well, nothing else will change, and we all know how that worked out the last time. So I'd be cautious about clinging to day and date on Game Pass Ultimate for every big first-party game going forward. This could be the beginning of that idea coming to an end, and so many changes at Xbox were just the beginning like this. They were the beginning of things coming to an end. They started with exclusivity. Very, very small, right? We're going to put some games on PC. Then all the games started launching day and date on PC. A hardware-centric strategy very much shifted this gen to the point that, hey, we're no longer really requiring you to get and Xbox. We're moving into a more hybrid system. We're moving into a more publishing role. These are all things that started small and then eventually became seismic changes for the brand. So the idea that this is just some small thing that they're doing or a way to bring back goodwill, it could be opening another version of Pandora's box where every major big first-party game that Xbox publishes may stop dropping on the subservice day one because it simply is becoming too expensive and too unsustainable, which is something many of us have said about Game Pass for a very long time. So at some level, I think the clock is ticking on just when they start to pull the trigger on other major changes, not just new tiers, but getting rid of day and date entirely is something that I still think could be on the horizon. But those are just my thoughts, and I'd love to hear your thoughts as well. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Little bit of a different show open there. I wanted to just kind of launch into the topic, and I do have a special guest today, but they're not here yet, all right? So you're going to have to stick around and wait to find out, golly, who's going to be jumping on the show today. You ever do that? You take a funny breath and just choke on oxygen? That was fun. In any case, I do have a special guest for the show today. You're never going to guess who it is. You're going to be really surprised, and it's later, though. You're going to have to stick it out with me. You're going to have to stay here for a couple of hours before that happens. Yeah, I went with the green background. It's fitting, right? I'm wearing a Gears shirt, green background. You know, let's hash this one out, boys. And I've got some people to thank. Hang on one second. SDO says, Xbox put their chips on the table to play PlayStation games on their hardware. Now that isn't possible. They're rethinking everything. Game Pass isn't the success that they wanted either. I'm not really sure how you would think that Xbox was wanting to be able to play PlayStation games on their hardware. What are you? You talking about the Helix? Is that what you mean, SDO? Let me get the goal up on the screen here. Han shot first, and so did you. Joker Quinn with the first gifted member of the day during the show open. Then Ganks hit 36 months in a row. He says, happy 36 on Purple. Thank you so much, Ganks, for supporting over there. Recovering from 420. I did not celebrate 420. Team Green decided to celebrate a day late as well. She's been doing little wins since she took over as head of Xbox. Removed This Is an Xbox, lowered Game Pass price, hired a new PH, got FenFest back. She's doing a good job at the moment. Well, we need to be careful that we don't get ahead of ourselves, okay? Number one, she didn't remove This Is an Xbox. They got rid of This Is an Xbox as a company because the marketing strategy completely detonated in their face. It got nothing but negative feedback, even from the most loyal fans, okay? That wasn't Asha Sharma's doing. That was like the natural course of things. Lowering Game Pass, she lowered the price of Ultimate, and it's still higher. It's still an increase. So she didn't, we have to look at this like with open eyes here. It went up from 20 to 30 down to 23. So again, yes, that's a good thing, but also it's still net higher than when it was, and now you're just not getting Call of Duty. And yes, the return of FanFest, I give her credit for that. It's like I think they realize as a brand that they have a really, really big problem on their hands, right? They have a problem on their hands. They've got people that are like, I'm kind of done with the brand. They've lost that fan trust. They've lost that goodwill. And I think they're trying to make efforts to fix that. And FanFest is one of those things. No, it's not. Guys, stop trying to guess. You're never going to guess the special guest. I promise you, you will not guess, okay? So just let it go. Just hang out for a couple of hours, and then I'll have somebody on the show to hash this one out, all right? We need Xbox to be successful so that way PlayStation will have to stay on their toes and keep innovating. Xbox doesn't have anything to do with that. PlayStation is a hardware-centric, tech-centric company that's going to continue to evolve and push themselves forward. This notion that without Xbox, PlayStation will rest on their laurels, I think is absurd. I don't think there's ever been an indication that they're like, well, Xbox isn't doing so hot, so we can just do nothing. Kelb with 2 months, welcome back in. Let me get it to 144. We don't need Xbox to be successful. Microsoft does. Yeah, I don't agree that PlayStation's going to start to suck if Xbox isn't being competitive. Xbox isn't being competitive in the realm of what PlayStation's attempting to do. PlayStation's attempting to do a console strategy with exclusives. Xbox is doing absolutely nothing to compete with them on that front. They're not competition anymore. I mean, the CFO of Xbox said that. They're not in competition. He's saying the chip set for Helix won't be sold to consumers, only the end products that already have the Helix specific chipset. Yeah, I got the vibe that that's what Kepler was saying. Kepler was saying, like, you won't be able to buy this chip, the chip that's going to go in the Helix. Like, you're not going to be able to go to, like, Newegg and buy the chip. They're not going to be selling it to consumers. You're going to be able to buy the actual console. I went back and reread that, and I was like, oh, Kepler's not talking about the Helix. Kepler's talking about the chip. He's saying, yeah, you're not going to be able to just like, hey, I want that same chip. Like, if you wanted to build your own Helix, you're like, part for part, you're not going to be able to. PlayStation being in the loops with AMD alone prevents that from happening. Yeah, they're in too much of a contractual deal with AMD. Sharma and Xbox use the classic anchoring tactic on its consumers. They 100% are kind of pulling a fast one here. And I think the consumer's benefiting because it is better than staying at 30, right? Both things can be true, right? The consumer can be benefiting from the price coming down, okay? That is true. But we can also say, hey, y'all really pulled a fast one here. You raise the price, and the price is still higher than it was, and you're getting credit for, like, lowering the price. It's like, okay. It's slightly amusing. It's slightly amusing the way that this is played out. I'm still not getting emails when I go live. I thought maybe the thing that happened yesterday would fix that. I'm still not getting them. Are you guys getting them? Maybe it's going to my junk. Let me check my junk email. Sometimes that happens, like the automated, like, YouTube emails end up going there. No, it's not. That's so bizarre. I don't know why that happened. I liked getting those. In 2026, lowering Game Pass is a win. Of course, yes, pulling it down. Here's the thing, though. You have to understand that this is a door that I believe Xbox will walk through. You got both noties? Okay. Email can't say. As long as you guys are getting some form of notification, like, we were dealing with a bit of a problem, I think they've resolved it. We had these errors we couldn't clear out. So, Petrov coming in with 15 months. Thank you so much. So, guys, that's always a good reason to check that notification bell. It'll get switched to off or personalized. So, if you want to be here every day, always double check that notification bell. That should just be like a ritual when you get to the channel. Get to the channel and make sure the notification bell is, like, set to where you want it. Lowering Game Pass price is not a win. You also get less. What win is there? Well, the win would be that if you weren't interested in Call of Duty, you were paying extra for basically nothing. A $5 super chat from It's Me the Broke Boy says Game Pass still has the additions of, like, Fortnite Crew and Ubisoft Classics, so it's $3 increase for those two programs. Well, that's why many people have said don't stop there. They're like, remove that. There are plenty of people that don't want those things. Like, they sign up for Game Pass for the monthly games. They don't give a frick about the Fortnite Crew or, old games like UB Classics or, those two things, sorry. Like, there are people that want to see those gone. Now, those, again, I think those are probably in, like, contractual agreements, so they're probably going to have to put in a new tier. Thank you for the happy poop. I appreciate that, Mike and Mike. Thanks for the 10 jewels. People are dismissing this fact. Which fact are you talking about? I'm going to turn them off, Mike. I swear to frick, bro. I swear to frick. You got a 44-year-old man saying thanks for the happy poop. I'm going to shut it off, okay? I'm going to shut the thing down if you continue with this. You know what I'm saying? EA Play as well. They've had EA Play on there for a while, though. That wasn't added, right? Brian with 34 months. What's good, Brian? Welcome back. Getting us to 146. I don't think they added that. I think that's been on there for quite a while. I don't see where there is room to complain, says Zubair. It's better for everyone compared to a week ago. I think the people that they're not complaining, they're just pointing out the fact that they're like, yo, they use an anchoring tactic on you. Thank you so much, Joker Quinn, for the happy poop. There we go. I wish it wasn't 10 joules. I wish it was like 1,000, you losers. I don't think people are necessarily complaining. I think they're just saying, hey, listen, there's kind of two sides to this. There are the Xbox fans that are like, you know what, keep going. Give me a Game Pass tier without Fortnite Crew and UB Classics. Drop the price down to $15 or whatever. Like, they're basically saying keep going. We don't need all these extra things. It would be like having a cable package for your television that has all these extra things that you're not engaging with, and you're like, I don't want any of this. Can you take those things off the package and then also lower my bill? Like, I think that's how people are approaching it. There are also people that are pointing out, thank you, Incredible Black, yes, for the happy poop. I appreciate it. And thank you for the 6-7, Spice King. Yeah, this is awful. I have to shut it off. This is awful. It's like 10 cents. For 10 cents, you can completely disrupt the show. Yo, thank you, Joker Quinn, for the gifted member. I appreciate it. People are basically like, hey, they did price anchoring. They raised the price. Everybody got mad. They lowered the price. It's still higher than it originally was, and everybody's throwing confetti in the air. So I think there's a couple of different ways that people are reacting to this. Now, Jez Corden is saying he is hearing that they're going to let you do like a pick-your-own-plan thing. Thank you for the high five, Anthony Robinson, using those 100 joules. That's very kind of you. Being on mobile is awful. How do people do this, says Zubair. Is Asha coming on the show? No. Yeah, so Jez Corden says they're thinking about maybe even giving you like a pick-your-own-plan thing. Right? Where this is what's being reported right here. I'm reading. So from his article, Microsoft sources tell me that the longer-term goal for Xbox Game Pass is to make it more flexible. A sort of pick-your-own-plan formula for Xbox Game Pass is on the cards, essentially where users can effectively decide what package of content they want to see as part of their plan. Microsoft has leaked Duet and Triton code names for Xbox Game Pass via its back-end APIs recently, suggesting that packages of services are in the planned future. Don't want Xbox Cloud Gaming? Remove it and lower the price. No need for Fortnite Crew? Ditch it and add day one Xbox games. Perhaps you can roll in World of Warcraft. Here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing about that. I wouldn't be surprised that if you want day and date, it's going to be really expensive once they roll that out. I don't think you're going to be able to throw day and date on a plan for like $5. Does that make sense? If they go with the build your own plan formula, it can 100% benefit the consumer. No question. But they're not going to make day and date cheap. It's going to be expensive. Yo, thank you for the happy poop, Deaf Side. I swear to frick, you guys, every single one of you that does a happy poop, I think you should also, for everybody else, you should be gifting a member to somebody for making them get exposed to that. $50. No, it's not going to be $50. I just think if they go to that plan, yo, it's good, Feed. I see you in the chat. If they go to the plan of letting you build your own Game Pass, I would not be surprised at all if they're like, yeah, we're going to make day and date like $20 of the plan, 10 or $15 of the plan, somewhere in that ballpark. You know what I'm saying? It can't be cheap to get day and date. You have to remember, just removing Call of Duty doesn't necessarily change the calculus here. It doesn't. They still have humongous games with budgets that have been going for some of these games for 5 and 6 years now. Getting to have you on while at work is therapeutic. Thank you so much, Mr. Beef Motif. Build your own plan will not have subsidies, says AOZ. Subscriptions profit come from people having stuff that they don't use. This is exactly right. So I don't know if you're going to be able to just be like, yeah, throw in day and date for $5. I still think day and date is out. I think they're going to edge it out of the frame. I don't think they want day and date on any of the plans going forward. Think about how limited day and date is now. It's only on Ultimate and PC, and Ultimate's Ultimate is still higher than it's ever been historically, except for the however many months it was at 30. $23 for Ultimate is historically the second highest that Ultimate's ever been, and that's the only place that you can get day and date with the exception of PC Game Pass. PC Game Pass is probably still the best deal. It's like $14 with this price decrease. Why can't they keep day and date but limit the number of times you can use it based on the subscription tier? Solemn says, the way subscriptions work generally isn't to provide you a specific service that you want. It's to get you to pay for their chosen price, and then they add things to get you to stay. Exactly. Here's what they're probably looking at, okay? And maybe this is an evolution of the subservice in general. I think what they're trying to do is ask the question, how can we get people to not churn so much? Like, if you make your own plan, I wouldn't be surprised if you're not able to cancel it within a certain amount of time. You can make adjustments to it. You can edit it. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, every time you edit it, you get locked in for a certain amount of time or something. Does that make sense? Like, you could sign up for amazing deals whenever you would sign up for things like DirecTV and AT&T Uverse back in the day. Do you want to know what would happen when you did that? You would agree to like a 1-year contract a lot of the times. Why? Because they're locking you in. You can't quit. You can't leave. And what they're hoping for is that 1 year later when the price jumps, you've completely forgotten. You've gotten so used to having their service, you don't want to cancel now, and it's less likely for you to cancel the service. Good morning, Feed. I see you in the chat. Piecemeal is a great prospect for the consumer, but for the business, I see people wanting much less of the offered services. Yeah, again, I wouldn't be surprised if they roll out like a make-your-own plan thing. I wouldn't be surprised if they lock you in for a couple of months. Maybe lock plans at 3 months at a time. Maybe. Because what they're not going to want to let you do is build the perfect plan and then cancel it 30 days later. That's good. That would be... I'm dead serious. I think they're trying to solve two problems. Number one, they're trying to solve the problem of the fact that, like, it's really expensive to keep putting their games on Game Pass day one. They're trying to solve that problem. I think Call of Duty is them blasting the door open, and they can just quietly start sneaking games out, being like, nope, that one's not going day and date. Like, just over time, less and less games are going to be hitting day and date. The second thing that I think that they're doing is, I think they're going to try to solve the problem of churn. Churn is people canceling, just signing up and canceling and signing up and canceling. And if they start to say, well, we'll let you make your own plan, but if you make your own plan, you can't cancel Game Pass for 6 months. You can make adjustments to the plan every 30 days or every 60 days or something like that, but you can't cancel. If you're going to come in and make your own plan and like set it up exactly how you want it, they don't want you doing that and then 30 days later bailing again, because you could basically make the literal perfect plan for yourself, play all the games you want to play, and then cancel, and they're right back to square one. They have a user base that's just unhealthily churning constantly on their subservice. You don't want that. Again, I think they're trying to solve two problems here. I think they're trying to solve the problem of we need people to stop canceling. They're trying to solve the problem of we need to stop losing money on putting our big titles on their day and date. I think they're trying to solve those two problems. Call of Duty gives them a slow exit plan of like, we don't have to keep putting our games on here day and date. Slowly over time, they can stop doing it. And a build your own plan, you can start to lock people in. The whole point of letting you build your own plan is so the consumer is satisfied with their sub. Right, but again, everything that you let the consumer do comes with the risk of the consumer abusing it. No, I canceled Game Pass when they bumped it to 30. I wasn't using it enough to warrant that. At $20, it was worth it. My kids would use it every now and again. I would use it every now and again. At $30, I was like, get the frick out of here. Every 3 months, I'm saving $90. Like, that's more than a game's worth of purchase. Hidden Siri with a $5 super chat says people are literally asking to buy games with extra steps. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening to everybody who's tuning in right now. If you're talking Game Pass, changes to Game Pass, Xbox, and what have you, welcome on in. Hit the like button. If you want to talk in the chat, you do need to subscribe. I do have a surprise guest later on the show. Y'all are never going to guess it, so don't just stop trying. Manny Plays with a $5 super chat says, Morning Lono, are you thinking of giving Windrose a chance? I'm really enjoying it. And Hidden Siryu with the 5-bomb secures the 150 milestone, and I owe you guys a member. No, I don't have any interest in playing a game that I'll have to come in here to play at great lengths. I don't like playing in the office. Every once in a while, if my console's already in here, I'll play for an hour at the end of the day before going up to dinner. But my evenings are on the couch, so I've no interest in Windrose. If it comes to console, I'll check it out. Good morning, Mayvidian. No, it is not Jesus. No, it's not. So yeah, I think they're going to try to eliminate the ability for people to constantly leave the service. They don't want you doing that. It's bad for them. They don't want you doing that. They should follow what Sony does and put games on Game Pass after about a year. I mean, that's what they're doing with Call of Duty. That I'm telling you, that's the opening salvo. It's the opening salvo. They're saying, listen, this game comes to Game Pass 1 year later. They might start making that standard. You know what I mean? They might make that standard. They're not going to. They're not going to keep putting their big titles on their day and date. I'm here to tell you. I think that ship is slowly sailing right now. It's leaving. It's leaving the harbor. Listen, I'm trying not to be that guy. I'm trying not to be that guy. But after everything the brand has been through, this is the biggest victory right now. That they lowered Ultimate down from $30 to $23. That's the only place where day and date lives now, with the exception of PC Game Pass. Right? This is their celebration. And guess what? If they can get you to celebrate this and shrug at Call of Duty dropping from the subservice after all the bluster, all the promises, all the excitement about ABK, if they can get people to shrug at this, you'll shrug the next time they do it. You'll shrug the next time they do it. Kicking it with Timmy B. Thank you for renewing your VIP. I'll tell you something right now. The fan base, the Xbox fan base, and the games media, they just gave them the green light. Yeah, you go ahead. You go ahead. You go ahead. You take off anything you want if it brings the price down. You go ahead. They now have permission to just basically be like, yeah, well, they didn't seem to really care when we took Call of Duty off there. So let's just, anything that hasn't been marketed yet, anything that hasn't been promised to Game Pass day one, let's just not do it. If day and date goes, they'll lose even more subscribers. No, I don't think so. I think if they can come up with plans to catch people and to grow, let's imagine. Lono, the only people left on Xbox are people who shrug. Everyone else bailed already. That's exactly my point, Zubair. I think they're trying to get and scoop up new folks with this build your own plan that we're hearing about. They're going to try and get people to jump back in that left. I also think they're going to try and get people to come in with a lower tier. There was one that we were hearing about, like a first party tier, right? It would only be first party games or what have you. But if they can get the gaming press to celebrate and call Asha a hero, if you can get the Xbox loyal and you can get those Xbox podcasts to throw confetti in the air and say, thank you so much for taking away the biggest game we all celebrated going to Game Pass for a couple of years, well, you just opened up the door for everything else to slowly drift as well. Thank you for the gifted member, Buckkeep. That makes you think of Buckbeak from Harry Potter. COD's fallen off. That's why people are shrugging. They've been making terrible games. Okay. So are you going to say the same thing about every game that does? Let's just imagine a bunch of games don't go. Yana did. Let's just imagine they start slowly not putting games on their day and date. I'm assuming we'll have reasons why that doesn't matter then as well. Was anybody saying when they started putting Call of Duty on Game Pass, was anybody saying, who the frick cares? Who cares? Call of Duty sucks now? Like, is that what big time fans were saying? No, it was a celebration. We weren't celebrating. We never said it was a big deal. You just don't understand. I'm not. Oh, Zubair, you're saying that's what they're going to say. Thank you, Zinthos, for a 3-stream streak. I would love to see a poll of how many people come back at this price and start Game Pass for the first time at this new price. I saw Matt Piscatella basically theorizing that this could help them grow the subscriber base. And I don't know what he's talking about. Why would this help grow the Game Pass subscriber base? Why? They're still going to deal with the same trouble that they've always dealt with. You can sign up for $23. You can play Gears of War E-Day when it comes out, and then you can cancel it a month later. Do you see my? I don't see how this helps them grow the sub base. The jig is up. Everybody knows how to interact with your subscriber service now. Everybody knows how to interact with it. You sign up for a month and cancel, or you sign up after a bunch of months and you play a bunch of games, and a month or two later you cancel because it's cheaper. So, okay, well then riddle me this. Why were they not growing when it was at $20? Ultimate was at $20 all of the last year and the year before. When they raised the price and Ultimate was at $20, they were still dealing with the same struggles. They couldn't get the subscriber base to grow. They were plateauing. Phil Spencer told the Brazilian regulators, this is back 3 years ago, that they had plateaued on console. So if they plateaued at 20, why are they going to grow at 23? Where's the logic here? They're not, the people are going to do the same thing they've always done. The jig is up. Everybody knows how the service works now. There's no reason to stay on it. The people that are going to stay on it are probably already staying on it, or they've paid out 6 or 7 years at $1 a year or whatever people were doing. They need to make it $10. I think the reason they were having the most growth when it was $10 is because who wants to bother canceling something that's $10? You're like, well, who the heck cares? If it's $10, I'll probably find something to play that month. When it's $20, that's a different equation. People start thinking about, well, maybe I sign up and cancel. When it goes to $30, it's a completely different equation. It drops back down to $23. You're in the same scenario you basically were for the last couple of years. There's no reason for people right now to treat Game Pass any differently. It's still more expensive than it's ever been historically, with the exception of like 7 months at $30. Ultimate's like the second highest price it's been in the history of the service. You're not going to suddenly have people buy it and keep with it. They'll grow on PC instead. But why? PC was cheaper for how many years, and they weren't growing on PC to a great degree. This isn't going to change people's interaction with it. I don't think so. I just don't think so. There's been all these years, and it hasn't grown. It's plateaued. The only reason it grew by like 9 million people the one time is because they rolled all the Xbox Live Gold people in, and they called it Xbox Game Pass Core. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Broken Earth. Isn't Xbox in trouble if the response is, oh well, COD's been bad for a long time? Didn't they spend a ton to get it? Sure. Sora with a $2 super chat. The logic, I made it up. They should do tiered pricing. I think one of the reasons that they're looking into people making their own plans is if they give you that level of freedom, they're going to lock you in for 6 months or something like that, because they don't want people to quit. They want you to get in, get used to it, and forget about it. If you treat it the way people have been treating it for a long time now, they're never going to grow the sub funnel. They just aren't. Nick says the subscriber base wasn't growing before COD went into the service because the Xbox console wasn't selling. The growth of the service is interconnected with the growth of the hardware. I mean, that's an excellent piece of the puzzle that we've got to consider, that the hardware sales were in a terrible state. I still think lowering the price is a good thing. I don't think anybody has said that it's a bad thing. I have not said that it's a bad thing. I will undoubtedly be described as bashing Xbox, hating on Xbox, and saying it's a bad thing because people constantly lie and misrepresent what I say. I have not once today said it's a bad thing. I'm like, it's a good thing. It's especially good for people that weren't interested in Call of Duty and were like, my price went up for no reason. There are plenty of fans that are like, keep going. Give me a version of the service without Fortnite Crew. I don't use that either, right? I said you cannot deny this is good for consumers that didn't want to pay more. What I'm saying is I was responding to people saying Matt Piscatella he's an analyst, and he makes a prediction, this will help them grow the sub base. I'm like, how though? It's still higher than it was all of last year. All of last year it was like $20. It's $23. So all of last year it wasn't growing. It was $20 and you were putting Call of Duty on it, and it didn't seem to make much of a difference. So you take Call of Duty off, it's still higher than it was all of last year, but now people are going to sign up and keep the service? They weren't doing that last year. It doesn't stand to reason that the consumer is suddenly going to think differently just because you lowered the price and price anchored. Yo, Buster Dog, thank you for 6 months at a Prime sub. We're 20 away from the next milestone of 175. Lowering the price, but it's still higher than when COD was first added because they first put in Fortnite stuff that nobody wanted. Nobody is saying it's a bad thing. We're saying it'll be the start for Microsoft to take away first-party games from day and date when they promised. Yeah, I think this is definitely the beginning of that. And did I thank Chill Will? It's Chill Will. Let me add you to the total. Lono, I get Elder Scrolls 6, but don't forget Blade. That trailer did not say Game Pass at all on it. Thank you so much for 15 months. I'm here to tell you, anything they have not marketed yet, anything that doesn't have the promise of Game Pass attached to it day and date, I bet you it skips day and date. They're trying to sell games, boys. They're trying to sell games. Here's something you have to consider. With Project Helix, there's a clear effort to be more of a platform that is based on Windows and PC land. And we know that PC Game Pass is cheaper by a large margin. PC Game Pass is what, almost $10 cheaper? And you get all the same stuff? Do you really want people on the cheaper version of PC Game Pass on Helix or on their PC able to play Elder Scrolls 6 day and date? Do you think Xbox wants that? Think about it. Think about the trajectory of the brand. Think about what they're getting ready to do going into the next generation. And do you think they want to do that? Like, what? No. They're becoming more established in PC land. And if that's where they're going to be more established, and that's the version that's the cheapest, do you think they want to be like, yeah, you can play Elder Scrolls 6, and it's like, what, $14 a month? Detective C says, I'm glad I'm not the only one looking at this angle. Which angle are you referring to? $2 from Broken Earth. Beta for Expanse is downloading. How? It won't let me pre-order on PlayStation. How the frick did you do it? Is it pre-orderable now? You'd lose millions. I'm here to tell you, I immediately tweeted this yesterday. I said, this opens the door. It opens the door for them to be like, we've been using vague language for a long time now about our first-party games going day and date. And as they lean into Helix, and they lean into basically putting a PC in the living room, PC Game Pass is cheaper than Ultimate by quite a large margin. I just realized Helix owners will have to buy standard Game Pass, not PC. Why? Why would they have to? It's a PC. Why would they not be able to buy PC Game Pass? You have to pre-order on their website? Oh, I was sitting here trying to figure out I wanted to play that today. And I was like, oh, maybe it's not working. I don't know. How many people canceled their Game Pass sub when the $1 for 3-year deal ended like it did? They stopped reporting their sub count years ago. It's very likely it's been in decline since then. I think it plateaued, and then they got to boost their numbers by about 9 million when they rolled all of Xbox Live Gold into Xbox Game Pass Core. Seed says about leaving the door open for most first-party games to no longer be day and date on Game Pass. If you go back and listen to my show yesterday, it's dadgum prophetic. The entire time I'm saying, and this is before Asha Sharma makes her announcement, the whole time I'm saying day and date's got to go. They've got to be looking at the subservice and concluding that day and date has to go. It's Osiris Reborn. Okay, so you got to pre-order it from them. Okay. I don't know if I'm able to do that today. I would like to check that out today. I don't have a thumbnail or a description or anything. But man, I was thinking that'd be a fun second segment today because I think a lot of people are interested in that game. So you have to become a founder. Is that what you have to do? Get the pack for $50. Okay. It's clearly a failed experiment, says Hidden Siriu. Just make good games and sell them. Well, if you go to the original, I think, interview that made it clear they were changing their strategy, it was the Famitsu interview with Phil Spencer where he said Minecraft is what changed their mind. Well, if Minecraft changes their mind and they start looking at the numbers of games like Call of Duty and others, they're starting to say, holy cow, what are we doing here? Like, oh, people will cancel their sub. So what? If they cancel and then have to buy games like Call of Duty, they win. It's not a PC. A PC can only play PC games. Helix can play console versions of games and PC games. That makes it not a PC. Your logic is dizzying. It's a PC. The literal way that you're going to play console games, brother, is with an emulator. They've already said you're going to boot it into Xbox mode to play your Xbox games. That's literally software installed on a PC. It's a PC. Like, that's the selling point of Helix is that it's a PC. It's a Windows device. This is the same debate we had about the ROG Ally X. Oh, that's an Xbox. No, it's not. It's a handheld PC. Listen, the whole point of the Helix is that you're going to be able to do things on it that a console's never been able to do. Like, you're selling it short by being like, it's not a PC. That's one of the selling points of the device. What game are you trying to pre-order? If you become a founder of The Expanse, you can play the beta. Wait, is it a streamable beta? Or if I do this, do I have to play it, like, privately only? You're not informed on the emulation? Yeah, they literally talked about this. You're not, it's not going to be like a console. It's a PC. You're going to literally boot or open something called Xbox mode, and then it's going to engage with your games there. And yes, one of the selling points, Beef Motif, you're not completely incorrect here. One of the selling points of the device is backwards compatibility with your Xbox console library. My PC plays games from any console through emulation, and then with services like Game Pass and PS Now, I've been able to play many console-only games. Make sure you get the $80 Miller pack if you want access to the beta. So you need the $80 Miller pack. And am I allowed to stream it, or is there an NDA on it? I have no interest in pre-ordering and playing a beta just for the fun of it. I want to be able to stream it. If they're letting just John Q. Public spend $80, I doubt there's an NDA on this dadgum thing. Because anybody could do that and then leak the footage. Oh, it is a closed beta. I need anybody with access to go and read. I mean, am I able to stream this? Because I'm not doing it if I can't stream it. I don't recall any document I signed electronically that had an NDA. Well, you might agree to it when you open it up. Didn't they say they're moving backwards compatibility to PC as well, or am I wrong? It really sounded like backwards compat's going to be available on any. It's streamable. The beta's on PS5. I think you get a code. Don't you get a code and then you can just install it? That's what I was told. This is why I love your channel. You correct me with facts and logic instead of rage and hate. Thank you. I wasn't up to date on that info. It was maybe a month ago that they revealed that you'll boot the thing into Xbox mode. Yes. At some level, it's not completely PC because I don't think you're going to be able to open it up and swap the CPU or the GPU, but it's also not a console either. It's going to be running a version of Windows. And you're going to be able, the assumption is, we're all assuming this, the assumption is you're going to be able to install things on it like Steam. That's the assumption, which is the main reason so many people want it. They're like, oh, that'd be great. All my Xbox games and Steam in my living room controlled with a controller. That sounds fantastic. It's a closed beta for founders, but no NDA. Okay, so it's closed beta in the idea that it's not public. There's no NDA. Okay. People are streaming the beta on Twitch right now. Okay. Any price leaks on AC Black Flag game? The leak is that it's going to be a full price game. Guys, if you're enjoying the show, we've only been going for about 45 minutes. Do me a quick favor. Get us to 200 likes. We've been forgetting to do that. Go through your ritual. Whenever you come into the stream, you just go to that little thumbs up and give it an old click. AO over here says no strict NDA on the Expanse indicates that players are encouraged to share their experience. Okay, thank you, Graybush. It's $80 for one mission, and the game isn't out until a year from now. Wait, it's just one mission? I think I might hold off then. It does seem a little weird to do a beta this far out. I was a little confused by that. Install Steam for a monthly fee is my assumption. A monthly fee? Huh? What? Who are you going to pay the monthly fee to, Tommy? Yeah, the AC Black Flag thing is tomorrow. There's also an ID at Xbox show tomorrow. Yes. Gabe would never charge. I don't think he was saying Gabe would charge. I think he was saying that Xbox would charge. I can't imagine them doing that. I cannot imagine them doing that, being like, you got to pay a fee to install Steam. That would go over like a lead balloon. I don't think so. You're going to wait for a sale on Pragmata? Listen, there is a lot of nonsense being said about Pragmata. I don't want to get into that because people are being freaking weird culture warriors about everything. I swear people could be culture warriors about a Post-it ad. But listen, there are people running around saying that's a 10-hour game. I don't know where this came from. It is not a 10-hour game. It isn't. This training had me for a few runs. Hey, Paul, did you realize that training is glitched? If you start the training fresh from the main menu, the little platform moves right away. If you restart the training because you fail, it glitches that first platform, and it takes an extra so many seconds to start moving, and it makes it significantly harder. I did it the hard way because I got tired of going all the way back out. That training simulation is completely glitched. If you restart the first platform, it just freaking sits there. You're like, what's going on? I figured it out because I was like, why is the platform just sitting here? I was like, I swore it moved the first time I did this. If you go all the way back out and all the way back in, the platform moves that first time. Pirate Software said it was 12. Listen, I like Thor, but that's freaking insane. It is not a 12-hour game. Ain't no way. If you're playing Pragmata in 12 hours, I'm just going to say it, you play games in a really weird way. What are you doing? You're not going back and clearing any of the maps. You're not going back and getting any of the currency to level your character. It's so satisfying to go back and clear maps. There is no freaking way anybody's playing that game in a satisfactory way in 10 hours. That's a bunch of BS. I just hit 12 hours, and I'm like 50% through the story. I've got 50% of like the items for Diana. There ain't no way people are rolling credits in 10 hours in that game and actually had a satisfying experience. You're just beelining the game on easy. There's no freaking way. There's no way. You're literally putting the game on easy and just holding the thumbstick forward if you're beating that game in 10 hours, bro. There's no way. The going back and leveling and doing the training simulations, and then once you get new abilities, going back to previous maps and finding all the items, there's just, who's beating that game in 10 hours? You're playing on easy difficulty and skipping all the cutscenes. That's what I'm saying. What's it say on the how long to beat? They're saying 13 and a half hours. They're saying the main story is 11 and a half. If you do the main story and all the side stuff, it's 14 and a half hours. I'm taking my time, and I just hit 12 hours. People are out here being like, yeah, it's just a 10-hour game. I'm like, I don't know who told you that, but that's not true. I guarantee you I'm going to get close to 20 hours out of that dadgum game. I don't know what people are doing. Yeah, the dialogue, talking to Diana, Revisiting the maps is very satisfying. Going back and doing the red rooms with the red keys. I don't know what people are doing. If they're beating that game in 10 hours, they literally put it on easy and just ran through the game. That's not an indictment of the game. That's an indictment of how that frickin' person played. In Pragmata, I found a suit upgrade where I can have 2 weapons in a slot. I'm hours in and still got a good ways to go. Yeah, I recently got that upgrade as well. You're about to get a new weapon to replace your pistol if you're at that point. Even at 10 hours, it would be probably worth it. I had a feeling of a little bit of melancholy. I was like, 10 hours. I was like, man, I'm loving this game. I'm going to be sad if it's only 10 hours. I have 8 hours and I'm only in the second area. I'm telling you, don't listen to these people. Don't listen to them. I'm telling you, there are people that are anti-gamers. They don't play games anymore. They just live and breathe to crap on games. And it's like, this game is clearly one of the Game of the Year contenders out there, and one person said that it was roughly 10 hours, and now everybody's running with the narrative that it's a 10-hour game. I'm like, no. If you take your time and you play the game in a meaningful way, you're easily going to land somewhere between 15 and 20 hours, not 10. Playing a game on easy and streamlining every single thing and skipping dialogue is not an indictment of a game. It's an indictment of the gamer. Who in the frick is doing that? Marathon doubles life and armor storage stacks as it fights to ease brutal learning curve. You're kidding me. Bungie's like, the game has a bit of a steep learning curve. You don't say. Wow. It could be a speedrunners. Yeah, but speedrunning has never been used to claim how long a game is. Never. That's not a thing that we do. So, I'm sorry. I'm loving Pragmata, and I started seeing that crap spouted, and I'm like, shut up. You non-gamers, you anti-gamers, just shut up. Go somewhere else. Find a new hobby. You're annoying. You turn everything into a fight and a cultural battle. Oh, it's only 10 hours. What the heck? I'm 6 hours in and I'm 30% complete. Yeah. People are being stupid. I can beat Requiem in 2 hours, and we all love that game. Thank you for the happy poop, Deaf Side. Way to bring some levity back. Anyways. On the main subject of Xbox Game Pass and everything we've been talking about, okay? I think the next stage for Game Pass is pick your own plans. They're going to lock you into those. You're not going to be able to cancel those. If you do a pick your own plan, I think you're going to be locked in for a certain amount of time. I tell you what they'll do. I bet you they do this. They'll say, you can edit the plan at any time. You can edit the plan at any time. Every time you edit the plan, though, you get locked in for another 6 months or something like that. What's happy poop? They can do like little animated GIFs over there, and that's a big one. Clapping seal. Thank you so much, Mike and the Mike, for the clapping seal. That's like $5. This is like $10. Nick sent stay hydrated. If you spend enough, it's like a big animated thing over top of the chat. So thank you, boys, for doing that. That does support me, and I appreciate it. So yeah, I think that's what they're going to do. I think they'll say, hey, you can edit your plan at any time, but when you edit your plan, we're going to lock you in for another 3 months or 6 months or something. No way that happens. I'd be shocked. No way what happens. Is it on mobile only? I see it on the browser, and Joker Quinn sent a happy poop. Thank you. I dislike Marathon solely for being a boomer for it not being a boomer shooter. I played the first 2 classics. Yeah, there were people that were pretty upset about that. It's like just, oh, that's a big one. 1,000 joules from Harbinger sends the GOAT. Thank you so much for the GOAT. I'm sold. Pragmata looks very fun. A very Dead Space-esque dad simulator. Already wishlisted on Steam. Alex, listen to me, and listen to me very carefully. Pragmata is the best new IP that I've played since Returnal. I love it. The only thing they need to adjust is how long you lay down on the ground. There was the second major boss. He's really fun. I figured him out. But the first couple times I was in the room, I couldn't figure him out because if you made one mistake, it's like you get knocked down and you just lay there. And it's like, yo, that's a big one. Another 1,000 jewels on trophy cake. Thank you, Predator. That's the only thing they need to look at. And a 10 bomb from Detective Seeds gets us to 166. Thank you so much, Detective Seeds. When they rolled it out, they automatically gave us 1,000. Oh, I wonder, I wonder if I actually get paid off that. All these people are just going to slowly use their 1,000, and I don't get anything from it. I wonder if I actually get support from it. Like, yeah, go ahead. Spam this guy's chat for the next 3 days with poop. Picture of Kojima holding that, what I think is the Helix. I don't know if he's holding the Helix. I thought he was holding like a box. I think he was there to talk about their game, probably. Oh, Dawn Walker's doing a stream on the 28th. Yeah, we'll cover that. We'll cover that. I need to put that in the. I'm gonna put that in the old room there. We love to cover events like that. Hang on. I'm using the wrong keyboard. I'm sitting here trying to copy and paste, and I'm like, I can't do it. The heck's going on? All right, here we go. I'm gonna save that. Blood of the Dawnwalker's doing an event on the 28th. We will definitely be covering that. Assassin's Creed has replied to the leaks, and that's a big one. Thank you so much for the mystery gift. It's a cat. Thank you so much, Joker Quinn, for the mystery gift. Assassin's Creed has replied and said leaks of the AC Black Flag stuff floating around is an old internal version of the game, so it's not even really how it's going to look. That's exciting. That's very exciting. Thanks. I hate these emojis, says Hidden Siriu. Mouse is Indie Game of the Year. Pragmata is Game of the Year. Mouse PI is going to have a hard time beating Eugenics and Slay the Spire 2 for Indie Game of the Year. I can't believe you're not covering the D4 expansion of Campfire Chat today. Shut up. What the heck are these gift boxes? It's like the thing that they do on like TikTok where you can gift things. YouTube added it now to like non-mobile streams. So they better give you something. They have not been the best this year. Oh yeah, YouTube. Yeah, last year as well. Mouse is a solid competitor for art direction as well. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think Mouse PI for Hire is great, but I don't know if it's going to be able to snag any of the awards. It's going to be a tough year. Tommy with 53 months. Why would Microsoft let people use a different ecosystem on Xbox for free? Isn't the point of Helix to get people to spend money in the Xbox ecosystem? No. I agree with Colin Moriarty. I know Creature has said this very, very many times. The Xbox Helix is designed to get people in, like, it's an off-ramp. They want people in PC land. They're just trying to offload you. Like, they don't want to do consoles anymore. They're trying to offload you into Helix. No way Steam is on Helix. I don't understand how on earth they're going to ship something, and one of the selling points is that it's a PC console hybrid that runs Windows, and they're not going to let you install Steam. Homies, that will be one of the biggest fumbles ever. Who the frick's buying it at that point? I want you to tell me why even make the device. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Just make another console at that point. Why make it? I want you guys to pump the brakes and think about what you're saying. You are saying that the Helix is going to come out, easily be over $1,000, running Windows. You will not play your console games like native. You'll be playing them through an emulator. You'll go into Xbox mode. What is the point of all of that if you can't install Steam? What's the point? Just make an Xbox. I don't understand. It genuinely is baffling to think what is the point of the device at that point? Why change the essence of the device if you're not going to let people sideload something like Steam on it? I have a 5070 PC. I have a 5070 Ti PC. I doubt the Helix will be better, so I'm good on that. I mean, I have one too. We could start a club for 5070 Ti owners, homie. I want a PC in my living room with the ease of what the Helix or even the Steam machine's going to offer. They charge for online multiplayer access today. I could see them charging for access to Steam, Epic, and everything else. Jiminy Christmas. Tommy, I love you, but you're talking crazy. You're talking like Connect included in the box, extra $100, TV. You're talking about a fumble of fumbles if they're like, introducing Project Helix. It's a PC that can play all of your past Xbox games, and if you want to use it like a PC and install Steam, there's going to be a monthly charge for that. Boom! Just take it behind the woodshed and tell it to look at the flowers. Dead. Nobody will buy it. Nobody. Like 3 people will buy it. Who's buying that device? Why? Why would you buy it? You can just buy a PC for the same amount of money, and then you don't have to deal with that. I'm getting wound up. There's no selling point if you're like, you gotta pay a monthly fee to get access to Steam. It would never work. You would just say, you would literally say, I'll just buy a PC then. Why would I buy that thing? More than likely, we're hearing Xbox mode is going to be available on a normal PC, which stands to reason you should be able to load up Xbox mode, log into your account, and have access to all your Xbox games. Backwards compatibility is about to get really, really good going forward if they can pull that off. Why on earth would you buy the Helix if you have to pay to access Steam? Huh? You got to sign up for Game Pass? You're either day drinking or you're taking the piss. It's not coming to PC, it's on PC. Yeah, Xbox mode is already on PC. So it stands to reason they're going to make that available to anybody with a PC. And you're going to be able to boot into that and play your Xbox games. I can't envision a reality where they're like, yeah, Project Helix is $1,200 and you can't access Steam unless you want to pay a monthly fee. Huh? That would be the dumbest thing ever. I cannot imagine them doing that. Did they change chat again? Hang on a second. That would be the dumbest thing ever. I feel like all your names look different again on YouTube. Did they change that again? Everybody's names look different again. I brought up Road to Vostok developer story yesterday at the end of your stream. It's a single developer. Hang on a second. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat, Jeremiah. The console PC needs to succeed. If it does, developers will hopefully start building games around its systems so people with decent PCs can actually play games with all those issues. Well, Xbox is trying to get people to develop for PC first. They're trying to develop for PC first. That's the whole thing. They said that at the GDC. They're literally wanting you to build once, is kind of like what they were saying. Instead of building for Series S and Series X and PC, you just build for PC going forward. Petrov, thanks, man. I appreciate you telling us that. Tell us a couple more times, dude. Tell me, what's everybody doing today? What's everybody doing today, man? Just tell us. Give me a rundown of what every other creator's making right now. Just put it in my chat, brother. What are you doing? I can see Microsoft charging for an unlocked version that allows more PC functionality. They're always doing dumb crap. Aren't they also doing ads with Netflix and Game Pass? What? Ads with Netflix and Game Pass. Anyway, he's a former Army lieutenant, game designer. He started... I mean, I appreciate the info, homie. I'm not reading a book about a topic we're not talking about. I mean, I appreciate your passion, but that's not what we're talking about right now. If Helix gets Steam, it'll be the best place to play third party. What? What would make it the best place to play third party? Wouldn't the best place to play third party be a really strong PC? Or like a PS5 Pro or a PlayStation 6 if you're wanting a console? It depends on what you want. Like best place for third party would be like a really, really strong PC. Thrash said that the concept of a PC hybrid doesn't even make sense. How do you blend a closed and open platform? Well, he's speaking rigidly about what a console is. When we say console PC hybrid is you can pull up your console games, you can go into the console environment, but you can also interact with the PC environment. Right? Like, Sony's been doing that for devs. They'll develop games on PC already, and then they scale for console. I don't know what you mean they've been doing that for devs. PC has a ton of games that are third party, so PlayStation, unless they did the same, PC access would not be the best place. It just depends on what you're wanting. If you're wanting to play big third-party releases on a console in your living room, then PlayStation 6 will probably be the best. But if you're like, no, I like the idea of a PC hybrid, then the Helix will be the best. If you don't mind putting a 50 series rig in your living room, well, then that would be the best. Like, it's subjective. The best place thing is not, you can't make that as a blanket statement because it depends on the person and what they're trying to do. Helix can't blanketly be the best place to play third party because somebody might be like, I have a really strong PC already, I'll play those third party games there. That wouldn't be the best place for them. You see, like, it's unique to each individual user. It would make sense for Steam to be on Helix. You guys are making me. I swear I'm going crazy. I need you right now. I need everybody in chat who thinks it wouldn't make sense to put Steam on Helix, or that Steam won't be available on Helix. I need you right now to explain Project Helix to me. What is the frickin' point of the device? What is it then? Why wouldn't they have just made another console? Please explain it to me. It doesn't make any sense to me. Why make a Windows-based, PC-based device that has to be booted into Xbox mode to engage with Xbox console games? Why do that? Why? As a device, it doesn't make any sense. I need to play Pragmata to wash away this craziness. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Isn't it free to play Steam on their handheld? Yeah, they didn't try to stop people from doing Steam on the Xbox ROG Ally X. If it runs Windows, it's a PC. End the F of. Yeah, I think some of you guys are way backwards on this. You're out in left field on this. Lono, can you 100% confirm that Steam will be available on the Helix? No, I cannot. But what? I'm asking a very basic question. What is the point of the device? I understand. I know Tom from Moore's Law is Dead said everybody's assuming Helix will have access to Steam, and none of the reporters are asking if it does. I get that. Here's the thing. He might be sniffing smoke from the wrong fire, okay? If the press is playing nice with Microsoft and not asking about Steam during all these early press interviews about Project Helix, okay? They might be doing that because Microsoft's like, listen, we don't want that the focal point of the device. We don't want to talk about that. Can you please not ask us about that? We're trying to market this thing. We're not trying to market Valve. We're not trying to market Steam. So please don't ask us about that. See, I think he's sniffing smoke from the wrong fire. It's like, yeah, the press might be being nice to Microsoft and being like, okay, we won't ask about that. But if it doesn't play Steam, what the heck is this thing? It's a PC, but not a PC. It's a console, but it's also not really a console because it's running Windows and you got to boot into Xbox mode to access all the Xbox games. What the heck is this thing? The Helix collections are making Lono cuckoo. I'm losing my mind. You guys are crazy if you think this thing is going to not be able to boot up Steam. I'm serious. I think Microsoft is like, please don't ask us about that. We don't want that to become the focal point of this thing. We're trying to market an Xbox Microsoft branded device, and we don't want every interview to be immediately about Steam and the Steam Marketplace and Valve. Who buys it if it can't play Steam? Who? The point is to charge users monthly to use specific ways, like using other ecosystems. Okay, here's the problem with your logic, Tommy. Let me break down your logic very quickly here. You're like, oh, well, they make you pay for online. Yes, you use their infrastructure to do that. You use their infrastructure, their party system, their party chat, their invites, their social, all those things you have access to when you pay for online on Xbox. Charging me to install Steam, Microsoft charging me money to install Steam, that is insane. That's insane. That's not, Microsoft isn't doing anything in that department. They're not providing a service or infrastructure. You're just going to let me install the software? You know what I would say? I'd say, frick your Helix. I'll go buy a Steam machine. Frick your Helix. I'll go buy a PC and put it in my living room. I'd rather drag a USB cable across my living room than pay you money to access Steam. It's You've got me all the way wound up. That is so insane, Tommy. There's not a universe where that gets off the ground. People will be like, why am I paying you money? It's not even your storefront. You've done nothing. You're going to charge me money to install that software? You've lost your dadgum mind. Tommy's late to 420. Yeah, Tommy's day drinking. You're day drinking, bro. You're going to get sued immediately by Valve for doing that? I know Tommy's not taking the piss. I know Tommy's not trolling. He's been around for a long time. I get where you're coming from. You're trying to contort yourself into a solution, like, because you're thinking, well, why would they let you install Steam on this thing? You're like, that doesn't make any sense. You're starting to pick up on why people think this is an exit strategy out of hardware. It's like they're basically trying to give themselves away to be like, we've offloaded all of our people onto PC. We don't even really do hardware anymore. There's going to be OEM versions of Helix, according to Kepler. Somebody said, read my last. What'd you say? This frickin' app sucks. Hang on. I'm going to go back. I like having blended chats, but I can't click on your dadgum. I can't click on your chat history. Hero Jackson says, Lono, look up what the CEO from Epic said about being on Helix. If you're able to get any store on Helix, why would he say what he said? You can't tell me what he said? Steam included with Game Pass at the price of $33. Oh gosh. Oh my golly. We're talking about Microsoft? Brother, I want you to consider what you're saying. You are saying that Microsoft is going to bring a PC console to the market. It's essentially a PC. It's running Windows. And they are going to limit what you can install on it unless you pay them a fee. You think they're going to do that? in a time where you can walk into Best Buy and buy a pre-built PC, you'll be able to buy a Steam machine, you'll be able to buy a pre-built off of Amazon and install whatever the frick you want on it. And they're going to be like, oh no, but our device is what exactly? What is the reason to buy it at that point? What? It has Xbox mode, so does any PC running Windows. Next, what you got? You can run Xbox games through the Xbox mode and backwards compatibility. It seems like that's going to be available on all PCs running Windows. What is the purpose of the device then? The device doesn't make any sense. If you limit what you can install on it, why would you buy it? You'd be like, wait, I don't understand. Why wouldn't I just buy a pre-built PC? They could charge you for access to the Helix SDK. It would still be death, but they could do it. At some level, I get where you're coming from. You're basically trying to make the device make sense for Xbox. I get what you're doing. The device doesn't make sense for Xbox because the device on the surface, it's like, what if it's just a PC? What I don't understand. Yes, you're starting to pick up on what so many people are saying. This is a jettison of so much. It's not just a new device. It's a complete changing of the guard. What's the purpose if people don't have to buy games from Xbox? Ding, 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 ding. You got it. You're there. You are there. Why do you think nobody's asking if you can install Steam on it? They're playing nice. Microsoft doesn't want anybody looking at it from that perspective. They want it to appear as a device that comes into the market and you can access all your Xbox games on it. Backwards compatibility, Xbox mode, what have you. What they're going to do by doing that is they're going to work towards what Sarah Bond said. They want Windows to be the number one gaming platform. If they can start to offload some of the 30 million customers that are currently on the Xbox Series S and X, if they can start to offload you onto the Helix, you are now in a prime position to be one of the people on the largest gaming platform. They're using Helix and these changes to Xbox and Xbox mode and Windows. What they're attempting to do is make that operating system the largest gaming platform. And I don't think they care if you're on Steam. I don't. Because if you're on their platform and you're on their operating system, there's opportunities to advertise to you. There's opportunities to measure your behavior. There's opportunities to gather data on you. They're looking at it from a different perspective now. It's like if we're going to turn our operating system into the platform that we want people on, I don't know if they really give a frick if you're buying games in Steam or not. I don't think that's the question. The question is, we've got 30 million people. What do we do with them? We've got to get them over into this area of the ecosystem. That's better for us because at least they're interacting with the they could be still interacting with the Xbox storefront. They could be interacting with the Xbox mode and their old titles. People seem to forget that Microsoft makes billions a year on MAU and selling your data. They could care less about you buying an Xbox game. The Helix is to get console players into PC so they can sell your data, period. I don't know about the whole selling of your data thing, but we know that data on individual users is incredibly valuable. Helix is a great idea on the current market conditions, is stuck between a rock and a hard place. With Steam on it, how do they make money? Without Steam, how do they sell this thing? I think Nick is correct, too. It's like, it is an awkward item. It is. It's a very awkward device. I said this on the Gaming Roundtable. I said, I'm attracted to the Helix for another storefront. If you can't put Steam on it, I don't care. I don't care. What am I going to do with it? Play old Xbox games? Is that why you're going to buy it? Here's what you need to consider as well. Going forward, they're encouraging developers to build for PC. So they're like that's what you're going to be playing. You're going to be playing PC games on it. Opeth Soccer Mom, thank you so much for 4 months. Let me get you added to the total. The Helix will be subsidized with ads and data gathering on its players. Pop-up ads will be making a comeback. That's possible. If you can't put other launchers on Helix, there's no point. Yeah, it's just a really expensive limited PC. Who wants a limited PC? Imagine right now, you know, a company coming out, like imagine Epic funding the creation of a gaming laptop, but you couldn't put Steam on it. It'd be a non-starter. People would be like, I'm not going to buy a gaming laptop that's limited out of the box. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the show, the spice, the passion, the back and forth, hit the like button, and you're going to want to stick around. I got a special guest for you guys today, and I'm not going to tell you who it is. Got about an hour and a half or so till they're on the show. You think Steam will ever come to PlayStation? No. There's no reason for PlayStation to allow Steam on their box. It makes no sense for them. PlayStation is a hardware-centric company, technology-centric. They're not software-centric. They're centered around getting you to buy their console. That's the whole point. It's why everybody misunderstood. Everybody misunderstood why they were putting games on PC. It's why they can't understand why they're stopping. I saw some of the worst takes ever in light of them pulling back from PC. These people literally are like, oh, what a failure. What a stupid decision. You know, my wife sent me text. Oh, what a dumb decision. They're missing out on so much money. No, they're not. No, they're not. You homies weren't buying the games in large quantities. And the only reason they were doing it was to try to coax people over to the PlayStation. That ship has sailed. They got enough people to consider doing it, and then it started to decline. And they were like, well, why are we going to keep doing this? Like, PlayStation is not in the business of being like, yeah, go ahead, put Steam on the PlayStation 6. Did they say other storefronts, though? What other storefront would they mean? Oh, didn't they say other storefronts? I mean, there was an interview with Phil Spencer where he was already talking about, this was a while ago, he was already open to the idea of other storefronts being on their devices. He was already open to the idea. And according to Sarah Bond interview, Sarah Bond said that the Xbox ROG Ally X, that's where they're headed. She's like, you can kind of see where we're headed with that device. That's a device that you can install other storefronts on. If Microsoft allows Steam purchases on Helix, how will they make money? Okay. Fair question. Riddish, I think you have to think about the scale with which the Helix is going to be sold. They are in one of the worst generations they've ever been in with respect to hardware distribution. 30 million consoles to like the over 90 million that PlayStation has sold. They got shellacked. They didn't get knocked to the canvas. They got kicked out of the ring. I mean, they're not even in the fight. The hardware fight, it's a joke. They're done. They're like, this is not our future, okay? There's no way Helix is going to saturate the market to the same degree or to a greater degree than Series X and S. So if they offload, let's say, 10 million people roughly, they get them to buy the Helix, right? They're coming from Series X and S, and they get them to buy the Helix. They get like 10 million people to do it. I don't think they're concerned that those 10 million people might buy games on Steam. I don't think they're concerned about that. If that person is logging in to the Xbox storefront, using Xbox mode, and playing backwards compatible Xbox games, they've still got that person in the ecosystem. They've still got you, but they've also offloaded you. The hope would be that like they have versions of Game Pass that you might still be using by then as well. So they're keeping you within the subservice. They're keeping you within the ecosystem. But that is a tiny, tiny slice of what they make. Most of the money they make is off of their big multi-plat titles like Minecraft and Call of Duty. There's a reason Call of Duty just got yanked from Game Pass day one. It's where they make tons of their money. Like, compare how much money they make from the annual sales of a big release versus, like, roughly 10 million people migrating to Helix and then interacting with Steam. I don't think they care about that. That's peanuts to them. Do you understand the scale of Microsoft and what 10 million users interacting with Steam really means? Okay, is this the article about what the Epic guy said, Paul? Allison replied that as it currently stands, the plan is to have the Epic Games Store on the new Xbox console on the day it releases as a native app offering Xbox to its library of PC games. We definitely plan to be on the new hardware for Xbox because unless their policy or stance on it changes, they are telling us they're going to welcome that. February of this year. Do you still think that come on. Do you still think it's not happening? So here's Epic saying, yeah, unless they've changed their policy, we're going to be over there. Yeah. Yep, we're going to be over there. Tommy says, forget Steam. Will they continue to tie multiplayer access to the Game Pass subscription? Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. I have no idea if they're going to continue to do that. No idea whatsoever. I don't know. There could be a future where, with all these changes to Game Pass that Asha Sharma is wanting to usher in, that they just completely decouple that. And they're like, yeah, that's just not something we're doing anymore. Because it'll simplify, Game Pass's reception on PC. I mean, you don't have to pay for Game Pass. I'm sorry, when you pay for PC Game Pass right now, on PC, I don't think you're paying for, multiplayer access, are you? I don't know. I've never done PC Game Pass. I understand Microsoft can come to terms with Steam on a cut of the purchase. I'm sorry, Reddish. Come on, bro. You think Valve's going to come to the table? Valve, you know what Valve would say? They would say, I'm sorry, who are you? You're going to sell 10 million units at best of this device, and you want a cut if people buy games in our storefront? No, you may not have any of our money. They would say, in the politest way possible, they would say, piss off. We're not giving you a cent. We don't need you. We have the largest user base of any storefront platform in existence. Steam would be like, are you kidding me? We're not giving you a dime. I don't care if anybody buys games in Steam on your Helix. You're going to have maybe 10 million in circulation. Who the frick are you? They have no bargaining power here whatsoever. They have no bargaining chip. They'd be like, why would we give you any money? Am I blocked? No, chat's just very active. Microsoft needs a team of experts to come in and make brand new Microsoft Store from the ground up. I didn't read that, and you're upset. You feel like you're getting ignored. That's I don't know, man. Wasn't that significant of a comment? I mean, unless you said something else that you think's a zinger. I think Steam would accept those conditions just for good PR that it would entail. Yo, Dekins33 with the membership. Welcome on in, getting us to 169. Nice. The other thing you have to consider, Riddish, is, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the notion of Microsoft having any bargaining here at all. They're at some level of competition with Valve. Keeg says, welcome to being ignored. Yeah. No, it's called welcome to an active chat. Go into any active chat. You think everything you say is going to get read? Respectfully, get over it. What do you want me to do? I'm reading chat constantly. If you don't get read, just say your thing again. And again, get over it. Jiminy Christmas. Don't even flat tire chat with this nonsense. You're not being ignored. Has Microsoft ever charged an app of selling stuff on the Windows platform? No, I don't think so. Steam is its own storefront. How would that even work? All the money's already going through Steam. I don't even know how you would measure it. I don't even know how you would track it. Because you're literally just installing Steam on a Windows device. That's all you're doing. $2, forget me not. Did you cover Ryan demoting shoe comments? Yeah, I want to know what he was asking him to do. You think he ignores you? Try being in the Discord. This is correct. Thank you so much for the happy poop, Dirge. I appreciate it. Yeah, the Jim Ryan Shuhei Yoshida situation, I think Jim Ryan made a lot of mistakes. I want to know what he was asking Shuhei to do, because Shuhei basically said I kept telling him no. And my conclusion was, well, it's not surprising that he got rid of you then. Like, you can't keep telling your boss no at that level and expect to stay in your position. Here and there, yes, you can say no and fight back and not be a yes man, but you can't just consistently tell a CEO no and expect to stay in your position. Jim Ryan ushered in the most profitable generation PS5's ever had. He got saturation up to snuff during a chip shortage and a pandemic, and he was breaking earnings records and revenue records for Sony the whole time he was in his position. If he's asking you to do something and you're saying no, you're taking a huge risk. You're taking a huge risk. I think he made bad decisions with live service. I think he was too bullish. I think maybe he was asking Shuhei to do dumb stuff, but you can't expect to stay in your position if you keep telling your boss no. I like Shuhei Yoshida, but it's like, brother, you literally kept telling the man no. I've been here for years. Lono never ignores. He has a lot of people in chat at once. Don't be silly. Thank you. Imagine how much money Microsoft is losing if they allow Steam on Helix. Also, if it feels like chat's a little different, I am using a combined chat app. So I am seeing both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So it's like, it's a heightened amount of interaction. I've got almost 600 people on YouTube. I've got almost 100 people on Twitch. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot. Jim Ryan was still bad for PlayStation's reputation. What reputation? What are you talking about? The one where they have games topping sales charts? The one where they're keeping in lockstep with the PlayStation 4? What reputation are you talking about? What, the people that get pissed mad on Twitter? Nobody gives a frick about the people who are mad on Twitter and YouTube. We're nothing in the grand scheme of things. What reputation? Go ask the average PlayStation owner who Jim Ryan is, and they'll be like, who are you talking about? Are you talking about somebody who plays football? Is that a coach? They wouldn't know who you're talking about. We get so drunk on our own opinions, we think we matter. They don't give a frick about us. You know how much money they're making? Like 60% of Sony's revenue comes from gaming. And they're like, yeah, Jim Ryan really hurt PlayStation, really set PlayStation back. As they just continue to have their best generation ever. Yes, what a failure he was. All the videos I've seen about Jim Ryan's bad decisions. Yeah, and you know what? Sony doesn't give a frick about that. Do you remember all the videos about Jim Ryan? Jim Ryan crying Jim Ryan during the ABK trial? Do you think Sony gave a single ounce of an inkling of a frick about any of that? They don't care about any of that. They're like, okay, cool. They don't care. I hate to tell you this. I literally earn a living covering gaming. We don't matter to them. We're nothing. We are nothing. They have 90-something million PlayStation 5s in circulation. They get like over 130 million monthly active users. Do you think they give a frick about us? Oh man, there was a really angry video. It got 150,000 views. PlayStation's like, oh no, what will we do? We'll dry our tears with money is what we'll do. They don't care. You can have a video go viral and get 1 million views talking about Jim Ryan firing Shuhei Yoshida. 1 million views. And they're like, We have 133 million people logging in every month on PlayStation. Who gives a frick? They don't care. We're nothing in the grand scheme of things. We're the minority. We're nobody. People get so arrogant about this. Oh yeah, it's pretty bad. We're pretty mad. And they're like, so the frick what? If all 1 million people that saw that video decided to walk away from PlayStation permanently, they'd be like, that's fine. We'll be okay. 1 million out of 133 million monthly active users. I think we'll be okay. Like, they don't care. What was the name of the top-down Returnal game? I don't remember. Somebody in Discord will have to remind us. I have some people to thank. Let's see. Mr. Polar Bear with 33 months gets us to 170. Happy Crazy Day. I took my pills at 7 a.m. this morning. Good man. Take your meds. Witness Me. $2 super chat from Predator. And then Mike on the mic sent a 6-7 with 67 joules. Frick you, Mike. Quit freaking around with them gifts. It's funny to think back when the ABK deal was going on, all the flexing and speculating, and look where we are today. Yeah. Where'd that ABK deal get you? Ended up being an albatross on the brand. Just pulled it all the way. And Creature says, I bet anything that Jim Ryan doesn't care what the internal calls him. Because the girl at the bank calls him Mr. Ryan. That's right. Winged Wheel bumps the line to 171. 16 months. Keep up the honest gaming coverage. I appreciate that, Winged Wheel. Yeah, was it worth it? There's a good point being made by Brap on Twitter. He says it's a loss for some who were enticed to sub because of Call of Duty. I mean, I love Brap, but if they were enticed to sub because of Call of Duty, they're not subbed anymore. They weren't subbed after, probably December. The average person who signed up for Game Pass for Call of Duty probably canceled a month or two later, I would think. You're done with the gifts for today? Thank you. PlayStation and Xbox sell a lot less games than they do consoles, no matter how popular they are. And Steam sells a lot less copies of each individual game than the number of active users they have in a single month. Who cares? Are you trying to run attachment? Are you trying to run the attachment argument? Seriously? Are people still using that argument in 2026? The attach rate argument? Jiminy Christmas. You'd think people would give that one up by now. You go to Walmart, buy yourself a $5 calculator, and then use it, and you'll stop making the attach rate argument because it is the most willfully ignorant argument that you could make about whether or not these platforms are successful. The attach rate argument is just silly. That's why console sales don't matter. Oh my gosh. Wow. You got there quick. Console sales don't matter. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yep. Remarkable. He jumped from attach rate argument to console sales don't matter. I mean, that's a speed run if I've ever seen one. I mean, you got there quick. You got there faster than people are speed running Pragmata. Jiminy Christmas. I'm certain that PlayStation, with all their production lines and distribution and projections and hope for return and sales and monthly revenue generation from microtransactions and game sales, I'm sure they would argue that console sales do matter, but what do they know? I mean, they're not just, spewing platitudes in a YouTube chat. I mean, they probably don't know anything. They should be consulting with you, I guess. Hiroki Totoki's like, oh, I see. Console sales don't matter. Thank you so much. We had no idea. We thought like a 93 million sales saturated footprint in a global market was, I don't know. We thought that was worth a damn. I guess we'll just shut it all down then. Here it is. 90 million consoles in the wild, and you sell 5 million games. That's not great conversion rate on most games. I cannot believe you're going with this. I can't believe you're doing it. You're either rage baiting or like you don't have anything else to say. You're literally going with attach rate argument. Like, it's just absolutely silly to me. You honestly, you know what we're going to do? We're not going to do this because you either know that you're wrong or you're not worth proving wrong. It's one or the other. You either know that you're wrong and you're just trying to bait, or you are not worth proving wrong. You're not going to listen to reason. You're not going to understand the entire business edifice that is built around selling 90 million consoles and why a Sucker Punch game can sell 5 million copies and be considered a success. That eludes you, which means I'm not going to be able to help you get there. I'm not. It isn't worth trying to educate you on this. It isn't. Your argument is that every game is a failure. Every game. Where's the guest? They'll be here. All right? They'll be here. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. They'll be here in about an hour. Yeah, Crimson Desert's a huge failure. Yeah, because it's potentially sold to infinitely more people, and it sold 5 million. Yeah. Like I said, it's not worth it, boys. It's not worth it. No, that is not the guest one-up, man. Thank you, Geneshiro, for sending the Laughing Disco for 250 jewels. I greatly appreciate it. Guys, quickly hit that like button. Try and get us to 300 likes. We're having a really, really full day. You're not going to want to miss it. You're going to want to stick around in 1 hour. You're never going to guess who I got. You're never going to guess. You aren't. So stop trying. Sony on 90 million consoles sold, and GTA isn't even out yet. It only releases on consoles in 2026. It'll blow past 100 million with ease, for sure. Tomorrow there is an Xbox ID event, which is like indie games. Prior to that, it's the Assassin's Creed Black Flag event, so we got a very, very full day. The guest is Phil Spencer. No, that would be amazing, though. Get him completely off the leash, being like, you know what? Frick Satya Nadella. No, he wouldn't say that. You're never going to guess. You're never going to guess. I'm trying to get Cog on. Yeah, me and Cog are talking. Yeah, me and Cog are talking. Yeah, make sure you guys, it's a special guest waiting room. That's right. All right, I want to circle back because the Xbox Game Pass pick your plan thing is making the rounds, okay? It's making the rounds. And I'm curious what you guys think about that. To what degree do you think they're going to give you guys that kind of freedom? Like, how much freedom do you think they're going to give you on a pick your plan Game Pass? Like, I could see there being like an ID package, which I'm here to tell you, this is something I really, really hope they do. Like, can we please get back to the Xbox arcade days? I think there should be an ID at Xbox package that you can add where you get trials. You get trials of every single indie game that comes out. You can play it, and if you like it, you can buy it. I would love that for indie titles. I think that'd be fabulous. I think that'd be so, so good. So I could see them doing that. I don't know if they're going to do something with like because I know they're entertaining the idea of doing like a first party one, like a first party one. They could have like a first party library that you can add. I'm not making it to my haircut, boys. I'm not going to make it. It's too long. He left too much this last time. I can't even control it, and I think I've got 2 weeks to go. So I could totally see them doing a sort of like, hey, we're gonna do a first party library, right? It wouldn't be day and date, but it would be all the first party games you know, it would all be all the first party games, day and date, and you'd be able to not day and date. It'd be all the first party games, like a first party library. So you could have like an ID package that you add. You could have like a first party library that you add. Again, I do not think they're going to do day and date with all their big titles going forward. I think they're going to slowly drift that out of the frame. Bring back classic. What do you mean classic? Illuminati says, I'll listen. Maybe I need to be educated. I'm just saying, in my head, it doesn't seem right. If I sell 500 bottles of soda and only 300 come back for a refill, I lost 200 customers. Oh my gosh. Homie. Okay, let's do this. So what you're doing is you're connecting something that's not connected. PlayStation doesn't sell a PlayStation 5 and they're like, we really hope they buy every single one of our first-party games. That's not an expectation. When they sell you a PlayStation 5, they make money off of every single thing that you purchase. You're not buying a soda and not coming back. If you buy V-Bucks, if you buy a Battle Pass, if you buy Resident Evil 9, if you buy Ghost of Yotei, they're making money off of you. They're not sitting there like wringing their hands being like, I hope all 93 million customers all buy Yotei. The business is not built on that expectation. So your indictment or your judgment of their success is based on a complete misunderstanding of what they're trying to do. That's why I said, like, I can't believe people make this argument in 2026. It's absurd. You either, like, so many people know it's bad faith. They make the attach rate argument and they know it's bad faith. That's why I typically don't want to engage with it for very long, because I feel like somebody's just baiting. Like, they're just being willfully ignorant. They're like, I'm just going to be willfully ignorant and put out an argument that I know is stupid, and I'm going to make this guy waste his time arguing with it. Like, that's a common tactic. There are people that come here and that's literally what they try to do. So PlayStation does not distribute 93 million consoles with the expectation that every single one of those people are going to buy Yotei. You also have to consider the 5 million people that bought Yotei, a lot of them probably didn't buy Ragnarok. Maybe they didn't buy Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. Everybody that bought Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart didn't also buy Yotei. It's a Venn diagram of a Venn diagram of a Venn diagram of a Venn diagram. You've got like X number of millions of people who purchased, Horizon Forbidden West. Some of those people also bought Ragnarok. Some of those people also bought Ragnarok and they bought Spider-Man 2. Some of those people bought Ragnarok, Horizon Forbidden West, and they bought Yotei. There's people in the mix that only bought Yotei and Ragnarok. There's people in the mix that only bought Horizon Forbidden West and Returnal. Do you see? The expectation that they're going to sell 93 million consoles and every single piece of first party that they sell is going to have like insanely high attach rates, that's not an expectation. It's not a measurement of success. This is something concocted by fanboys so that they can claim victory. It's an unfalsifiable position. They always want to be right. So they know no matter how good a first-party game sells, they can always trot out this absolute buffoonery and say, well, the game wasn't successful. It's an unfalsifiable position. It's perpetual negativity with no end in sight. You can do this every single time a game comes out. Every time. Wolverine could sell 10 million copies. And you know what people would say? Yeah, well, 100 million consoles. It's not a very good attach rate. You see, it's like it doesn't matter. It's a perpetual position. It's a perpetual position. It's like it doesn't matter how well the game sells. They can always retreat to this buffoonery, this lunacy. It's just like, oh, well, they didn't attach enough, so it wasn't successful. Oh. That's why when you started to trot it out, I was like, are you really going to make this argument in 2026? Nobody with the sense that the Lord gave a goose makes this argument. People do it because they know it's a bad argument. They know it's a bad argument. If you don't know it's a bad argument, you know it's a bad argument now. Because if you're going to argue attach rate, you could argue that Hogwarts Legacy was an abysmal failure, because the number of people that could have purchased Hogwarts Legacy is obscenely higher than 90 million. Hogwarts Legacy landed on the Nintendo Switch 1, which had like 150 million consoles in circulation. It landed on old-gen consoles, current-gen consoles, and it landed on PC. Do you want to add up all those people and then divide that by the number of copies sold? And you'd be like, well, Hogwarts Legacy had an attach rate of like 2%. And you know what people would say? They'd be like, are you an idiot? That's what they would say. If you tried to argue that the attach rate of Hogwarts Legacy meant that it was a failure, you would quite literally get laughed out of any room. People are like, you don't even know what you're talking about. The attach rate argument is just as silly. It's just as silly. I like your opinions in this channel. I don't want to get banned. I'm not going to ban you for asking questions. We ban people who are intentionally trolling or trying to attack other people or me. You're not going to get banned for putting out the attach rate argument. I can't believe people still do it. It's truly bewildering to me that it still gets traction in circles. Alapark, thank you so much for 34 months. Let me add it to the total. Just stopping by to drop my Twitch Prime. Keep putting out fire content. Thank you. You only hear this argument about PlayStation games. I've never seen it used for anything else. Yeah, you would never argue, like, are you going to argue attach rate argument for Slay the Spire 2? It's only available on Steam. Is anybody going to argue attach rate argument there? Anybody? Anybody? Anybody going to argue attach rate argument for Mugenics? Mugenics is only available on Steam. Steam's user base is significantly larger than PlayStation's user base. Did you see? It's silly. So there you go. You got me to engage with it. Did you answer the questions? Did you submit questions? Hang on, let me look. Like, if you're being genuine, Sam Runkle, thanks so much for the gifted member getting us to 173. If you're being genuine, I'm not trying to bite your head off. I can't believe people still put it out there. It's such an absurd argument. But, Kino Mansky, did you see Marathon is 20% off on Steam and Xbox? It didn't really help the numbers maybe this weekend. Saw another vid on Casual saying he's done with the game. Game's cooked. They're going to have to admit that something's wrong. There's nothing, they can't ignore it anymore. You cannot ignore where this game is right now. Try as they might. They got down to 5,754 players yesterday. The peak on Tuesday was 19,000. The peak yesterday, 19,000. They've dropped below 20,000 peaks. So you go max, they've dropped below the line. The line that they had for 9 days, they've dropped. It just continues to go. New lows every week. They're going to have to address it. Unavoidable. It's an elephant in the room that ironically, even though the player base is deflating, the elephant's not. It's getting bigger because matchmaking is going to continually get worse. More and more people are complaining. More and more people are having a bad time. I said this was going to happen. And you know what? None of the Marathon fans will come and give me flowers. And at this point, I don't frickin' want them. I don't want them. I had to listen to all their nonsense last year. I had to listen to all their nonsense when I played the beta. I don't want your dadgum flowers. I don't. No malice, no hate in my heart. But dadgummit, I hit a bullseye on this game every step of the way. And had to just constantly get told about my bias, and I didn't know what I was talking about. Homie, I stepped into a batting cage with a blindfold on, and a year in advance hit every ball out of the park. I said all this was going to happen with this game. So, you can keep your flowers. Thank you for the flower, Anthony Robinson, with the 30 jewels, you frick. Hey, it's Chill Will. Says, Lona, what do you think about Blade? Remember, there was no Game Pass on that trailer. Listen. I don't think so. No, I don't think Blade will be on Game Pass. It's a Marvel game. They're going to want to sell copies. Stanley Buffington says, Paris literally makes all the fanboy arguments you just talked about. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and have receipt pulls on that man every day just because I took up for a clip. Pear said the Astrobot attach rate was bad. Listen. If he and I do content together and we get into some of those discussions, that's perfectly fine and well and good. All I did was point out the fact that there was a clip of the man going around for 48 hours that was completely ripped from context. That's all I did. That doesn't mean that I agree with everything he said for the last 4 years. He and I probably agree on a very small number of things with respect to industry analysis and where the industry's going and Xbox this and Xbox that. I don't agree with him on a many number of things. I don't. Just because I said, hey, this is a clip ripped from context. I'm kind of tired of this crap. People do it to me all the time. If you want to argue against him, argue against him. You don't have to clip him out of context. For Pete's sakes, I'll call you ponies out. All you guys having a go at Ginger Prime, you guys look dumb. I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm not on your team. I know a bunch of people wanted to like draft me on their team with clips during ABK. I'm not on your dadgum team. I'm not. Y'all pulled me into some stupid fight that I didn't want to be involved in, and now I see you guys having a go at Ginger Prime. You don't even know that the man canceled Game Pass. Ginger Prime canceled Game Pass. And they're trying to call him out because of the Phil Spencer clip. Now, frick all you ponies that do that. Seriously. You're all getting unfollowed because you're acting like clowns. You're acting like absolute clowns. Tribalistic, ignorant, zero facts-based clowns. Wanting to have a go at Ginger because he's like, well, this is progress on Game Pass, but he would like there to be a family plan. And they're like, is this you? Is this you? Is this you? Is this you? And it's like, are you freaking serious? He doesn't even have Game Pass right now. He canceled it. I know that's too hard to like research something and like to look into something or to understand the context of why Ginger said and got really excited about Phil Spencer. So many people were like, I expect you to cancel Game Pass now. I was like, dude, that was 6 months ago. Keep up. That's what I'm saying. I'm tired of it. It's so annoying. You clipping Paris out of context, having to go at Ginger. And it's like, you guys have won in such an ungraceful way. Such an ungraceful way. It's ridiculous. I don't want to see it in my feed anymore. It's like, it's just bickering over every single thing. And it's like, and then you're going to have a go at one of the most positive creators I've ever interacted with because he's like, well, this is progress. Now give a family plan. They're like, is this you? And he's like, he canceled Game Pass 6 months ago. He canceled Game Pass 6 months ago. Y'all look dumb. Y'all look dumb. Yeah, and the context of him getting excited about Phil Spencer wasn't because he loves Phil Spencer. It was because he wanted that game on Xbox for years, and he heard the name Phil Spencer, and he had an emotional human moment, something he had been wanting to have happen for years finally happened, and he got emotional, and people want to weaponize it and try to act like he's some kind of an Xbox fanatic, and it's like, frick all y'all for that. Because most of you know the truth, and you do it anyway. I can't speak to this Ginger Prime character, but there's a dude over there named Brian that is one of the highest character individuals I know. When people continually, I want you to listen very carefully to what I'm saying. When you continue to push forward falsehood about somebody and you know the truth, you can frick all the way off. I want nothing to do with you. You're no different than the people that do it to me. You're the same. You want to act like you're not the same? Then don't be the same. There are people right now that know the truth. They know that Ginger was excited about Final Fantasy. And they still run that garbage narrative. And they misrepresent the clip. And even now, when they know that he canceled Game Pass, they're going to misrepresent his tweet for their stupid little fight on Twitter. You can take a dadgum walk. I want nothing to do with people that use their platform to do that kind of crap. Don't misrepresent people for your stupid console fight. It is tiring and it's childish. I'm sick of it. And when you have a go at one of my friends, I'm going to get pissed. I'm like, what are you doing? You guys aren't winning very gracefully out here. You're not. You're not winning gracefully. You PlayStation guys won. You got so much of this right. You predicted so much of what's happening. And then you want to have little, like, petty jabs at people. Like, what the, huh? I don't have any tolerance for it. I'm tired of it. We could just have conversations and have a good time. We don't have to do this weird stuff. We don't have to do it. Twitter algorithm encourages that behavior. It's not necessary. We are men of action. Lies do not become us. We don't need to do this to each other. We don't. You can have disagreements. You can see things differently. You don't need to misrepresent people or lie on them. There is no cause or reason to do that as a man. It's absolutely inexcusable. Any chance you play the Exodus beta on the channel on Friday? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I heard it's like a single mission. They're not going to bring up that chat in his crap in his chats because I'll make them gone. I just don't like it. I don't like it. The whole vibe. The whole vibe is annoying. It's like there are people that went real hard in the paint for Xbox, and you want to receipt pull those guys, and if they were being tribalistic, and if they were being like, there are people that give as good as they get. There are people that get on Twitter and they give as good as they get. And if you want to do that, if you want to have those back and forths, there are guys that do that and they do it in a good spirit and they tease each other, right? Like Thrash and Gaz are going back and forth, and like you'll see J-Dub and Post Up going back and forth. There's no reason to have a go at Ginger like that. That pissed me off so much last night. I was like, y'all are acting like children out here. This is not the guy to do this to. It made me angry. I'm like, he's not somebody that did all this. He wasn't doing the console warrior crap. He wasn't doing all this nonsense that you guys do. I think with respect, you're sitting atop an ivory tower, calling Pierce and Danny access journalists. What's the saying, people in glass houses? What are you talking about? Where did I call them access journalists? I've never listed them and said that. I never said that. Now, I might have insinuated that people were playing nice with the Xbox brand because you continued to get access, but I never listed people and named people. And I've been saying for at least a week now, I'm not interested in doing that. I'm not interested in receipt pulling. I'm not interested in having a go at people. It's why I took up for the Paris clip. I'm like, can we stop all this nonsense? Can we stop all this? We don't need to be doing this. We don't need to be having a go at everybody and taking jabs and taking swings. I'm sure they've been mentioned in the same breath as access journalism. I mean, I've never said Danny's name on until today. There was a time where I was frustrated by all the change in tune and everybody switched what they were saying, and I expressed frustration, and I said something to the effect of like, everybody that got to interview Phil is now saying all the things that Phil says and acting like, well, this is the new thing that we're going to say, right? And here's the thing. That was a clear pattern that I observed, and it frustrated me. I was like, what in the world is this is what we're going to do? We're going to let Phil dictate the terms of what's being said? What if he's wrong? What if you disagree with them? Like, there are people that have access and they're not going to go crazy and disrupt that access. That's a common thing in the games media right now. Now, I went farther than I should have gone, and I publicly said I had no right to do that, and I tried to bury the hatchet, and instead, they had a go at me and said all this nasty stuff about me, and were like, interacting with clips about me. And it was like, I'm not doing this. And I completely bowed out, and I haven't talked about it since. That's what happened. Thank you, Keeg, for the gifted. That's what happened. Like, I went too far. I admitted I went too far. I haven't spoken about it since. I haven't. I moved on from all that. I was like, I'm not doing this. I'm not going to do, like, sneak disses on these guys and, like, talk about access journalism. I'm not going to do that. Now, you don't know that I did that because it all disappeared. I was like, I'm not doing this. I tried to do the right thing. I said in view of the public, I went too far, and I had no right to do that. I had no right to question their intentions. I don't know their intentions. I don't know if they've genuinely changed their mind. I don't know if somebody persuaded them to change their mind. I said I had no right to do that. And when I tried to retract that, they both just went on the attack. And they spewed a bunch of stuff about me that wasn't true because they had seen clips of a guy that lied on me all of the time. And they bought into it, and they thought it was real. And I was like, I'm not doing this with you guys. I'm not going to hash this out on Twitter with a bunch of false claims about me. I deleted everything, and I just moved on. I was like, I'm not talking about this ever again, because you can't win at that point. People have all this headcanon about me, about things that I allegedly said that I never said. I never once talked about how anybody got to interview Phil, and that's what they thought. They thought I said things I never said. I never insinuated how they got to do the interview. Thank you, Siege Master, for hitting 175. I talked about how, in the wake of the interviews, everybody was saying exactly what Phil was now saying, and everybody changed their tune. And I was very critical of that. And I went too far. I presumed what their intentions were. And I publicly stated I had no right to do that. I had no right to speak to your intentions. I don't know what your intentions are. I don't know your heart. I don't know your mind. And when I tried to do that, it was not met with reception. It was met with more attack. So I just moved on. And since that time, I haven't spoken to any of it. I haven't. And going into this year, I started to self-reflect on how I handled ABK, how I handled all of the attacks, how I handled a lot of situations, and I started reaching out to people. I started to privately reach out to people and say, listen, I think I started to shoot friendlies. There were people that were not having a go at me in a nasty way, and I started attacking friendlies. I started attacking people who had no malice. They were just doing the console thing. They were just doing the console fight. So I reached out to people. It's why Erica came on the show, because I had to go at her, and I had no right to do that. She came on the show, right? I've been talking to Cog, because I reached out to him and said, listen, I went too far. I said insinuated things about you guys I had no right to do. I thought everybody was my enemy. I owned that. And there's an episode with them that might go public. I don't know if it'll ever come out. Thank you for the 5-bomb hotshot. I reached out to Gaz. Same scenario. I thought Gaz is just kind of a troll. He's just kind of a loony guy. He's just kind of crazy. He's just kind of satire. He's just kind of wild. And I said, listen, I think we need to have a conversation. So I've been reaching out to people that I thought, you know what? I went too far. I felt like a caged animal. I felt like everybody was coming after me. I felt like everybody was trying to attack me. Everybody was trying to tear me down. So everybody got sliced. Everybody got the back of my hand, right? And I self-reflected, and I was like, I didn't handle this the best way. I didn't handle this as somebody with wisdom and prudence. I handled this like a fool, and I'm going to reach out to some of these people and be like, hey, I went too far. I had no right to do that. Now all you need is a 20 bomb. Thank you for setting up the 20 bomb. I greatly appreciate that. And a $5 super chat from Stanley Buffington. Bro, I'm sorry, but when you change your mind, and every time Microsoft changed their mind, it's a clear pattern. Call them out. I'm not in the business of calling them out. I'm in the business of having a conversation. If someone changes their mind, I want to know why. I'm going to give them the opportunity to explain why. And that's all I'm trying to do. So, like, you guys are misunderstanding. Like, when I basically said, hey, this clip of Paris has been ripped from context, I got irritated. I'm like, that's what they do to me all the frickin' time. I don't have to agree with him. I don't have to think he's correct. But this is not the way we should be handling this. This is dishonest. And then when people were having to go at Ginger last night, I'm like, what the frick are you guys doing? Like, Ginger is like one of the nicest guys. He's not been doing the console tribalism thing. He's not been doing the console war thing. And you guys are out here taking chunks out of him. And I'm like, over Game Pass? Like, something that he openly and publicly said that he canceled and wasn't interested anymore unless they made good changes? Use my Prime sub. Just want to make sure it gets to the goal. Sorry, I've got my questions pulled up. I couldn't see it. Let me add it to the total. Thank you, Banshee. It sounds like you want to be buddy-buddy with some crappy people. Gaz, King David, etc. are the reason gaming discourse is so bad. They can call it trolling all they want, but they're just snake oil merchants. I just don't think it's required. I don't think that level of tribalism and hyperbole is... I don't think it's needed. No double standard, says Kirk. Everyone deserves to not have their words misrepresented. Truth is, I'm a diehard Nintendo fanboy, says Ginger. And you can kick rocks. Mario for life. Hero Jackson says, with respect, Lona, you calling them out is one of the things that made this show great in those days. I can appreciate why somebody would like that. I can appreciate that somebody would like me going out there and being the guy and being the warrior and taking the swings. I can totally appreciate why you would like that. I didn't like it. I didn't like the way I looked and behaved. That's not who I want to be. I don't believe that that's how I should be conducting myself. It's not in line with my own beliefs. I'm like, that's not being a man of wisdom. I'm out here being reactionary. I'm being my feet are running quick to quarreling. That's not what I want to do. I like having passionate debates with you guys. We did that today, and I love that. That's entertaining. But my feet should not be quick to run to quarreling or to be, taking shots at people. That's not productive. That's not prudent. That's foolishness. And here's the thing. I can still engage with what they're saying and say, you know what, I actually don't agree, and I'd love for you to come on the show and explain why you changed your position. Yeah, I don't agree with what you're saying. I don't think the industry's going this direction. I would love for you to come on the show and talk about why you think that. And if they say no, that's fine. I gave them the opportunity to talk. If they don't want to talk, they don't have to. But I'm not going to sit here and use my platform to be like, well, they're flip-floppers and access journalists and they're shills and they're snake oil merchants. No, I don't want to do that. There's so much toxicity out there in the space right now, more than ever. Why add to the noise when one can hold their head up and be a voice of reason and composure in the face of all the poison? That's essentially what I'm trying to say. Thank you, Defo, for 19... What is that, 19? 19 months with the double dip. Thank you, sir. People misunderstand that most of the WWE hip-hop persona stuff, like Doc Dark acting a fool with his 2 Truths, 1 Cat video, release style. Right, like a lot of guys... And Doc Dark was the catalyst for me seeing that I had made some mistakes. We're just having therapy session right now, and that's fine, because I'm going to have a guest on here in about 30 minutes, and you guys are going to see a very different thing than you're probably accustomed to. We were having a chat like a couple of months ago, and somebody in chat was steaming, fuming mad at Doc Dark, and I'm like, Doc Dark? Thank you for the gold coin, Joker Quinn. I was like, Why would you be that mad at Doc Dark? He's just goofing around. He's just having a laugh. There's no malice in it. He's just goofing. And I realized I had taken swipes at people. I had basically like burned bridges with people. And it was like, I don't necessarily think there was malice in them. There was no malice in them. There wasn't. They're just out here having fun. You can console war and have fun. You can. I don't care. If you want to console war and laugh, like watching, J-Dub and Post-Up go back and forth on Twitter, it's funny. They're just being silly. They're friends. Like, so I just started reaching out to people, and I was like, listen, I feel like we need to have a conversation. I know for a fact I went too far. I know for a fact I was getting in sneak disses and side swipes, and I was basically burning bridges with people that didn't do anything to me. There are people that have continually used their platforms and they make content with intent to harm. I think there is a big difference between being like, I love Xbox, I'm ride or die with Xbox, I'm bleed green. I have no problem with people that wear that on their sleeve. That's not the same as people that make content with intent to harm. They make content, and the whole goal is we want to make this person look stupid, and we want to hurt them. We want people to think they're dumb. We want people to think they're dishonest. There are people that have consistently made content about me, and they completely misrepresent what I say. They're smear merchants. I'm not dialing back the dialogue on that. I won't. They know what they are. They're smear merchants. I don't care how much you say it's joking. I don't care how much you're like, well, I won't talk about his wife. No, you are directly attempting to harm my business. It's willful. It's volitional. That's not the same as somebody like console warring. Those are not in the same category. Dark goofing around in a video is not the same as putting somebody in your content with the sole purpose of mocking and misrepresenting them. So, that's my goal is, listen, let's have conversations. Let's have conversations. You're not my enemy. I'm not your enemy. We just see things differently. We just see things differently. If you're going to use your platform to misrepresent me, to lie about me, to have a go at me, I'm not playing that game. I'm not playing that game. I'm not going to be having back and forth with people on that stuff. I'm not going to spend the rest of my days defending myself against misrepresentation. I'm just not going to. It's tiring. It's completely fruitless. Hero Jackson says, I'll say this, Lono. You believe in truth and honesty. Some of these people you're wanting to do content with aren't like that, and they lack integrity. But your judgment, thank you for the 250 jewels for the MVP, McD09. Your judgment of them is not, I'm not concerned with that. I'm not concerned with judging people's character and trying to be like judge, jury, and executioner on people's integrity. If you think differently than me, let's just say there's a guy who's done that consistently. He's always changing his position. He's always cheering for Xbox. Maybe even they're scrubbing tweets and they're deleting videos or what have you. Let's just say that's out there happening. I don't freaking care about that. I'm not policing receipts. Thank you for the member plus Von Dows. I don't care about that. I'd rather have a conversation with them. That's more entertaining to be like, well, why do you think that? And I think in certain instances it'd be fair to be like, listen, man, the public is like, hey, you've changed your mind on this a lot. Why? What compelled you to change your mind so many times? Right? Like that, I think, is at least affording somebody the opportunity to speak their mind on something, to speak their position. And listen, if you're still not compelled, right? If you're still not compelled and you still think they're just shilling or whatever, that's fine. That's up to you to decide. That's not something I want my content to be about. Like, I'm going to call people out and make sure and call them shills. Von Dow says, I want to give you another shot, man, because I can see a change. Appreciate that. It sounds very condescending, which I don't mean it to be. That doesn't sound condescending at all. I've been doing this for a long time, and I just think my journey going through getting canceled in 2020, I started to make some friends. I started to open myself up again, and all of a sudden, I got fright or flight, and I was like, "Oh, people are messing with me. People are attacking me. People are misrepresenting me," and the claws came out, and it was just, frick everybody, was my attitude. It was flight or fright, and I did kind of both. No, fight or flight. Flight or fright. It was, I'm going to fight or I'm going to run. And it was basically like, I'm going to recoil and I'm just going to take swings at everybody. And it was like, it was unproductive. It was unhelpful. It's not how I want to conduct myself. It's not, again, it's not in line with my beliefs. I don't believe that's how I should be behaving. I'm not going to raise my son to behave in that way. Tiny Claws being only 5'6". Shut the frick up. Wolverine is canonically short, you frick. You get the point, though. Like, because of what I went through, I'm not defending my actions. I'm just contextualizing them, by the way. I'm not defending and being like, what I did was totally fine. Some people had it coming. Some people went too far. Some people just straight up have lied about me. Okay, what am I going to do? Am I going to chase down every single person and be like, hey, that's not true? After everything I've been through, that's a fruitless endeavor. That's a waste of time. That's a waste of time. So the point being that I rewatched the Upper Echelon video the other day, and it pissed me off even more. Yeah, you got to be careful rewatching that one. It'll make your freaking blood boil. The fact that still to this day nobody's corrected the public record. It'll make your dadgum blood boil. But yeah, so I'm not defending the way that I conducted myself. I'm simply giving people an inroad of understanding why in the world did I get so reactionary? Why in the world did I just start taking swings at everybody? It was because I felt like everybody was against me. Everybody was attacking me again. Everybody was misrepresenting me again. I was like, I'm not freaking doing this. I'm not. And I don't think it was productive. It made for spicy shows and it made for high viewership, but it's not the way. It's not the way. It's not the way for me personally. It's not the way for me spiritually or psychologically. And it's not the way for me professionally. It's not how I don't want to grow a channel doing that. I could have gotten in the fight. I could have started putting people in my content and making fun of them and shredding them up and pulling all their receipts. And I could be sitting on a much larger channel right now because I know that grows channels. I know that it does. I've seen the channels that dedicate lots of time and energy to that kind of content, and you grow from it. People like it. It's drama. It's, Hilly says, this is the way. Never assume malice, and having a conversation with as many different people as possible is great for you and the channel and the chat. We can't pretend to be adults if we can't act like it. Plus, this will be a better show for everyone. We're not judge and jury. Wouldn't it be better to just see just constantly a random Rolodex of people coming on the show that are completely different than me and what I think and how I view things? Isn't that more entertaining than being like this like little insulated group that's just like, these people are stupid and they don't know what they're doing? Thank you for the girl power, Joker Quinn. 300 jewels. Girl power, amazing. I've never held back my thoughts, says Kirk, on how you carry yourself in the past public spaces, so I certainly don't want to here. I'm glad that you are consciously wanting to be civil with folks and not throw stones even when they're thrown at you. The commitment to keeping it classy is such a good look, and I think it will resonate with the right people. I love that you want this for yourself, and got a lot of comments here. It's going to be strung along here. I might have to jump over there. Chat sounds entertaining today. And again, you want this for you and your brand and platform, and all the criticisms and comments I've made in the past was only to try to encourage this approach. Very happy and supportive. I appreciate that. And again, if I have somebody on and you guys are like, I don't like this person, or I don't trust this person. Listen, that's going to happen. That's going to happen. I have no control over that. I have no control over who you like and who you don't like. My goal is to not tear anybody down, but to just engage in dialogue with them. And if I conclude at the end of an episode, I'm like, you just really didn't compel me to your side. I still think the way that I think. You still think the way that you think. Great. I think that's good entertaining. I think that's good entertainment. That's good content. Instead of just sitting over here on an island, hurling stones at people and being like, well, they're a this. Like, okay, what are you going to say after that? Did you see my question about the guests? I feel like it needs to be addressed before they arrive. Is your guest gone, kid, or is it not 420 anymore? You have been haranguing me to answer that question. It's not even that funny. Do you think PlayStation will do anything to compete with Helix having Steam, says the Game Effect? Or do you think I don't think that they considered a threat. I do wonder if Helix and Steam Machine played a role in them dialing back on putting their big tentpole titles over there. You know what I mean? I hope a bridge is mended with Tassie one day. I mean, there are some bridges, Banshee, that I'm not going to be able to mend unless people they'd have to do the right thing. I mean, there was a lot of stuff said and a lot of stuff done back in 2020 that would have to be publicly, amended for. You know what I mean? It was healthy it's a healthy change seeing Lord Cog at the round table. Yeah, and that was the thing. Cog and I go way back. We go way back. And not in a way where we did anything together, but he knew of me and I knew of him, and we just never made any content. And if the thing we did ever comes out, I think you guys will like it. But yeah, I don't know. If somebody decides they still don't like me, they still hate me, they think I'm a fill in the blank, and they never want to come and have conversations, that's fine. That's fine. Creature says, while I agree Tassie could have handled it better, it's important to remember he was lied to as well. Yeah, and that's the problem is, I don't know how much people realize they were misled back then. I don't know if they've ever gone and done the research. I don't know if they've ever gone and looked and seen, how many tweets were deleted, how many things are gone. So much of what was claimed in 2020 has just been snapped into nothing, just reduced to atoms, because people realized that they were going to be liable for things they said in public that weren't true. And I don't think a lot of people realize how minuscule my offenses actually were. And they don't realize. They just think you were a jerk, you handled it like a jerk, and you did all these terrible things. And it's like they don't quite see it. I think there's a difference between reconciliation and agreeing to keep things classy and civil despite fundamental impasse. I think you handle things with Paul plus Paul sourcing well at this point. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'll literally reference Tassie's articles and reference him. I'm like, listen, you can rely on this guy. We have a history, but if he's saying something about Bungie, you can take it to the dadgum bank. You know what I mean? That's not me defending him. That's just me saying he is a reliable source when it comes to things Bungie. The homie's got sources. Hasio says, I watched your Returnal video, but I don't understand the instincts part. What instincts do I need to level up to play Returnal? I can't get past Biome 1, and I think it's because I don't know where I need to be. You need to make a habit of checking your radar and don't ADS. You got to check your radar and don't ADS. And you have to play your life. Because if your adrenaline's up, you can see enemies through the walls and stuff. It really helps with awareness. Biatch says they made public statements. They can redeem themselves by making a public apology. Stanley Buffington says, still can't believe you are going to be associated with these people. Listen, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm willing to have people on the show to have conversations. I don't understand what your issue is with that. Like, being willing to have conversations with people, even if I don't agree with them. Like, I'm not stirring, and I've been around this community for a long time. But this guy is a part of that community at one point. Well, yeah. ADS and Returnal let you hit the weak points, though. Very helpful. You can hit the weak points without ADS. Homie, I'm telling you, you don't need the ADS in Returnal. You're willing to have convos, but people coming at you about it? I don't know. Joe Rogan has on people that he doesn't agree with. It's normal to do. Yeah, it's totally normal to do. There's nothing wrong with that. It's about respect. These people have been disrespecting you and everyone who has a different opinion. Again, If I have on somebody that I feel like, crossed a line at some point, I feel like that would be spoken to in the episode. Right? I don't like for example, like if somebody was out here saying just a bunch of nonsense about me and just spreading all sorts of lies, and I decided that I'd have them on the show, we would address that. I'd be like, now you've said some things about me in public, and you've made statements about me that weren't accurate. And I think we should put that to bed right now before we do this episode. Like, I think that would happen. I'm not trying to have people on to have like a Diane Sawyer moment where like I confront them, but like if I really felt that way, then I think that would be handled in the conversation. That would be handled in view of the public. It wouldn't just be like, we're going to act like nothing happened. Like, I don't think that would happen. I just don't think so. Yo, Ika Gang with 24 months. Is it fair to say Jim Ryan and Phil Spencer outstayed their welcome? I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, I think that Phil Spencer's plan ran out of gas, if anything. He has very few people on he fundamentally disagrees with. I mean, I don't keep up with Rogan's show. I watched some of his stuff like 2 years ago, and I felt like he was consistently having people on he didn't agree with. I'm sure at one time Paris would say Lono crossed the line, but they'd be able to move past it. That's respect. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not blameless. I'm not going to posture as if I was blameless in all my exchanges with people. I'm not going to posture as if like, well, they must come to me and they must apologize before they can come on my show. I'm not going to do that. I'm not. If I feel like somebody needs to correct the public record, like if they just flat out said something about me that was not true, then I'd be like, I'd really appreciate you correcting that, because that's just not something that's true about me, And I would do the same thing. If I said something, I don't think I've ever said anything about anybody that wasn't true. I don't think I ever said like, well, this guy's, he thinks this, and it was just completely made up. I don't think I've ever done that. What I publicly apologized for was I went too far and spoke to people's intentions, and I had no right to speak to their intentions. I spoke to that. I had no right. I have no idea what a man's intentions are, and I didn't have a right to speak to it. I publicly pulled that one back. I said it in a video, on a live stream. I clipped it and put it on Twitter and was like, I had no right to speak to that. Outside of that, I've never said anything about anybody that I would need to like retract or like correct the public record. I don't do that. I don't misrepresent people. I don't do that. There are commonly times where people come in and they're like, well, so-and-so and so-and-so. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think that that's true. That it'll be about people that I don't agree with. I want a Lono versus Paris battle where Lono wears his Yote mask and Paris wears his avowed mask. The Yote mask is too big. It wouldn't fit. And I've got a big head. I've got a pretty big head. It doesn't fit. I disagree. Jim was not successful. Sony's currently pivoting away from his plan. No, they are not pivoting away from his plan. They've given zero indication that they're pivoting away from his plan. They might budget less money to live service, but they have not indicated they're pivoting away from live service. They want live service money. That's not a Jim Ryan thing. Like, he was the one that pushed it, and he was probably too bullish with like 12 games by 2026. Homie, there's no indication they're pulling back from that. None. Canceling live service games doesn't mean they're done doing live service games. I just don't think so. And I also think he ushered in their most profitable generation that they've ever had. I don't think anybody looks at him as like, yeah, he was a failure and he did a bad job and they're trying to fix what he broke. They're not pulling back from the live service plan. I don't think so. There's too much money to be made. I think they should cancel Fair Games. You know, I think they should really try to get Bungie to build Destiny 3. But so canceling 9 to 10 planned live service games doesn't mean they're pivoting, maybe making less. Yeah, I think they're going to be more selective. I'm on record saying I think they're going to lower the budget for live service games. That doesn't mean they're backing away from it. Like, oh yeah, we're not going to do this anymore. But I think they're going to lower the investment. They spent a lot of money and it yielded some winners. Helldivers 2 made a ton of money. They have internally celebrated how much MLB The Show, Gran Turismo 7, and Helldivers 2 have made them. They still are celebrating internally what live service is doing for them. But I think they're also going to dial it down. I think they did too much. I think they're going to decrease the allocation that they've got set. The amount of money, I think, is going to go down a little bit. I think they're going to do more partnerships. I think you're going to see more and more like Marvel Tokone Fighting Souls. They're going to go to something with like an established, company that's like potentially better at building the games than having their own stinking single player studios doing that, because that's not worked out. I don't think they're going to back away from live service. Yeah, there's 4Loop, there's Fair Games, and I think 4Loop could be kind of fun since it's more PvE. I don't think Fair Games has a shot. I think Fair Games will be dead rather quickly. Sony PlayStation should do 90% single-player games and 10% games as a service. I know they want them, but it's hard. Here's the thing. I think one of the best things that's been happening in the market is that the single-player games are topping the sales charts and the live service games are floundering. The new live service games are floundering. And I think you're going to see a lot of companies and executives and shareholders and investors are going to say, we should just invest in single-player games. Is Fair Games still coming out? It seems like it. I think it's a dead man walking. I think it's a dead man walking. Almost noon and Marathon's still below 10K. Yeah, Marathon's in trouble. Marathon's in trouble. There's no way around it. Yeah, Horizon Hunters Gathering, I think, is another one that they just shouldn't be going forward with. I think it's stupid. I don't think it's going to do well. I think it's a waste of Guerrilla's talents and bandwidth. I think it's a waste. I mean it. I think it's an absolute waste. I don't understand what they're doing. I don't. Ghost of Yote was only 60 million. I don't think that that's true. I think we're hearing that the budget was not quite that low. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're looking at their live service plans and you think like some of the games failing or some of the games getting canceled means they're completely going to back off of it, I just don't think so. Marathon peaks are below 20K. Yeah. Yeah, the valleys are more concerning. The valleys are equally as concerning as the peaks because the valleys are dropping below like 5,000 concurrent players last night is where it was. That's just off-peak hours matchmaking is going to be terrible. Didn't they say the budget for Yote was approximately the same as Tsushima? I don't know. I saw reports that I saw some people saying that they didn't think that the Yote budget was that low. It was a little bit higher than that. Dark Taco says, I tried to play this morning before work. There was 5,000 people online. My ping was absurd. Such a crap show. Bungie needs to make it free to play. Issue is the three main studios Sony have for single-player games drive for perfection in detail. So much dev cycle becomes long, and I don't think they have the resources to have two game developments on the go. I mean, Insomniac's proven that they can do multiple games at once, so I don't, It sounds bad, but I want Marathon to fail. It irks the crap out of me that they abandoned Destiny for that garbage. The thing is, with games as a service, you only need one to succeed. It's called free to cheat. Yeah, there's just not a lot of hope for that game. Guys, could we get to 300 likes really, really quickly? I'm going to take a very brief break so that I'm ready to go when our guest arrives, okay? I'm going to take a very, very brief break, and I'm going to be back. Do me a favor and go crazy on the like button. Keep the good vibes going. Keep the chat going. And if you haven't subscribed yet, you can subscribe for free to talk in the chat. I owe YouTube a member. And we're a little behind pace this week on that weekly goal. So get your renewals in, your primes in, all the things. And I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Everything's still working? Okay. All right. You're done with all live service games? If the game is fun, I'll play a live service game for like a little bit. I mean, I put a lot of time into Helldivers, like 80 hours. I got like 30 hours out of Arc Raiders. But I just don't want like the hobby game anymore, like where I just live in the game. I just can't do it. I want to move on to something else. You know, I have a hard time with the sort of everyday game, every week game. It doesn't appeal to me anymore. Am I going to switch to YouTube, or are you going to have the show in here? I'm going to have to do a video call, so I can't do the stage when we do that. With my scenes and stuff and the way that I crop, it's just easier to do a video call with somebody than to use the stage. So that is that's the unfortunate reality that we're dealing with. You despise the login FOMO stuff? Yeah. This guy says the usual Sony-centric channels are always trying to spin anything Xbox does into doom and gloom. It gets tiring. It's not doom and gloom to say that the door is now open for PlayStation to not put first-party games. I'm seeing Xbox guys say that. Tassie just released an article saying that Bungie now has more devs on Marathon than Destiny 2. Huh? What are they doing? Well, I wonder, though. Is that because there's almost nobody working on Destiny 2? What about... There's no way that the bulk of the studio is on Marathon. I think what he's saying is there's more people on Marathon than Destiny 2. That could mean there's a bulk of the studio that's working on Destiny 3. I've said for a while that I think that's what's going on. I think the bulk of the studio is on Destiny 3. You have 800 people. I don't think you have the majority of those 800 people working on Marathon right now. There's no frickin' way. There's no way. It's not generating enough money. Marathon sink or swim, so it makes sense. But there is no way they can justify that. I mean, the bandwidth and the revenue to put most of your studio on... I don't think so. I think most of them are working on Destiny 3, would be my guess. I think his article is more of an indication that you have so few people working on Destiny 2. I think it's more of an indication of that than anything. Does that make sense? Like, I don't necessarily think that's an indication that, like, oh yeah, they've moved, most of the studio on to Marathon. Not most of the studio. It's that there are more people on Marathon than Destiny 2. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it would be a teeny bit absurd to take a studio that size and to put a bulk of your development staff onto Marathon right now. I don't want Marathon to die. I like it more than Arc. And I think it's their best feeling FPS by far. Soulstone says, I can't wait for Destiny 3. I can't Wait for forced microtransactions and the convoluted systems. Yeah, I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think Destiny 3 would need to be like having forced microtransactions and convoluted systems. Do you think with the cultural changes the last few years at Bungie, they're capable of making a good Destiny 3? Yeah. I do. I think they have a lot of institutional knowledge. They have a lot of people at the company still. They do. Like I don't think they're at a place where they can't make it. Leadership was the biggest problem. In his article, he said that over 400 people are on Marathon. What? That's insane to me. What are they doing? Were you referring to the $7 price drop for Game Pass in the caption of the video? Yes. Hang on. What kind of a hype train just started? Okay. Yo, Storm, I missed your Prime resub. Let me add you to the total. We're at 185. Thank you, sir. Hang on. The ship should go down. They hate working on Destiny. It makes perfect sense. They need the game to perform. I got news for you. Y'all better get ready for this prediction. If they've got that many people, yes, the guest segment will be on Twitch as well, Solemn. Yeah, I'm just going to switch scenes and start talking to them. If they've got that many people working on Marathon, they've got to have something significant planned, more than what they're doing right now. More than what they're doing right now. Like, I don't know. It's like they've got to have something pretty big planned. Right now, what are they doing? They're doing like experimental modes and like new... Well, I don't know, actually. I don't know. Here's the challenge. Here's the challenge. They are working in Tiger, and if Tiger is not very quick and not very fast, some of the stuff they've done recently, maybe it literally is taking like an all hands on deck approach. Like, not just the experimental cues, like those new contracts that they were motivating people, like adjusting the beginner map, adjusting the instances of like how many times you're going to run into PvP on the map. There's all sorts of things that they've done recently. Maybe they literally do need that many people working on the game, because if it's, I don't know. He also states it's a 1,000 plus studio. It's a 1,000 plus studio? So I thought they were down to like 800 something. I thought that they had shrunk quite a bit. Hang on a second. Oh, hang on. I want to mute Chrome for this segment. Okay. They've been tweaking and adding unusually fast for Bungie. That is true. I mean, that could be why they're having the speed with which they're changing could literally be because they have all these people working on it. It's very possible that they've got that many people working because that's the only way they're going to make the changes that they're making. Surprise time. Yeah, we're getting close. We're getting close. All right. He says of the now 800 or so remaining Bungie employees in the article. Okay, I was going to say, I thought they were down closer to like 800 employees. I didn't think they were still in the 1,000 department. How did we do it when we had Erica on? I liked the way the title looked when we had her on. We did like a feet. What is it? FT period. Okay. All right. The guest is the Island Boys. That's right. My sources at Bungie confirmed to me that while previously Destiny had a fairly significant edge in devs working on the game, now, of the 800 or so remaining employees, it's now more even. Good golly. That's from the article, barring because some YouTube comments. Right. Yeah. And a $10 super chat from the OA. Thank you so much. The only way to keep moving forward right now, you either have the game or you're holding out afraid it'll go offline. You need to show it safe for the game's audience to buy the game. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Right, that's why I'm curious. Like, they either have that many people working, they either have that many people working because that's literally the only way they can make that level of change at the speed. Let me see. Okay. I'll start the call, but they won't see or hear you at first. I'll start the. We'll have to talk about that. We will have to talk about that another time. We're getting the guest ready here. Okay. Let's do this. I gotta pop it out and put it over there. All right. And I'm gonna need to go to studio mode because I have all these extra scenes now. Here's my takeaway as a fan of Marathon. I know it's false. I'm a big fan of Destiny. You have to imagine 100 people. That's true. That's true. All right, let me get this captured. Okay. Oh. I gotta get my camera set, guys. Give me 1 second. There we go. Okay, that looks good. All right. Okay. No, that's not who it is. Everybody's trying to guess who my guest is. They are failing. Okay, they can't hear you yet, but I was just making sure audio's working. I can see it popping in OBS. Okay, if you're ready, just give me a thumbs up. Okay. All right, I'm saving. I'm going to update the title and the thumbnail. Now, obviously, guys, in light of all the changes, in light of all the things going on, I was like, we need to have somebody on I've never had on before, especially because we kind of knew this was coming. We knew Game Pass was going to have to make some changes. It was pretty clear that they were going to have to make some changes. So I was reaching out to some people yesterday, and I got none other than King David himself to join me on the show, and making me jealous, honestly, because I want more gray in my beard, and you have a legendary amount of gray. Welcome to the show. I appreciate you coming on.
Oh, blessings. What's going on, Lono? How are you today? Well, Reforge, Lono.
You can call me Lono.
Yeah, what's going on, brother? Yeah, no. My kids gave me this, and I had to deal with Sovereign, right? So what it was I was using Just for Men for a while, right? Uh-huh. And scared of the gray, be afraid of the gray. And he said, well, when you turn 50, because we made a deal, when you turn 50, all of us made the same pact. No whatchamacallit, no Just for Men.
Okay.
And he left the big box in front of the door. Yo, I didn't even see him either. Wow, he just left it right there. There's 71 pounds. All right. No, it's not you and me. I can take it, but I'm on the show right now. Oh my God. The whole thing was I was waiting for FedEx to bring a package.
Right.
And I had a custom statue that I had commissioned probably 2.5 years ago. And I helped him design the statue. If y'all can see the statues in the background, I'm heavily into Marvel and stuff like that. And one of my favorite characters is the Incredible Hulk. Well, and his best variation is the Maestro. Well, I had a Maestro on Throne statue commissioned by Bushy, and it's incredible. So, we went over the colors and stuff like that. He consulted me on some stuff with it, and we got the statue done. I think he did 15 of them and shipped it out to, 15 people across the world, and mine shows up today. And I put on the delivery of instructions for the guy to take it to the back door of the house. Now, I got the side door and I got the back door. Bring it to the back door. It's right next to my red room. I can do the unboxing with no problem. My wife can't pick up that box. It's 71 pounds. She definitely can't pick up the box. And yeah, I'm looking at it right now, and I'm looking at the box just like right there. Nobody's going to come steal the box. I'm not worried about that aspect of it at all. Actually, I'll just have my phone sit right in front of me. And if somebody does be brave enough, which I doubt very seriously, I sick my dogs on them. But okay, so back to the bit. So we all got the same deal. When we get 50 years old, that's it. And Sovereign called me out on show. He said, yo, remember the deal? I said, you know what? You're absolutely right. And I stopped that day. Never did it again. And I just never looked back at it. Now, what I can warn people is this.
Okay.
You would never have that much gray hair unless you start dyeing it. If you start dyeing it, the moment you stop, you're going to see absolutely more gray hair pop up. So if I would have never dyed it, I would have left gray hair. So I dyed it. My hair was fighting it. And what you're doing is you're like bleaching it. You're doing all types of detrimental things to the hair in your face and on the top of your head or whatever with the chemical stuff. So I just say just go do natural stuff and just leave it alone. But yeah, that's about it. But yeah,
no, I think it's great. I mean, my brothers and I gave my dad a hard time because it started to come in and he was coloring it out, and we're like, Dad, what are you doing? It looks great. And now he's got this amazing white beard. So I'm waiting for mine. Mine's getting a little bit of it now. So
that's awesome. Yeah. My pops, me and my pops, he has the gray hair. He's bald headed too. So, and he tried to blame it on my mom's, which is strange. So I said, my mom has a full head of hair. So I'm trying to blame everything on her. But I said, me and you look exactly the same. Goatee, white beard, and bald head. Yeah. So
okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm still blessed with the hair. My dad's got thick hair, so I'm hoping to hold on to it. So.
If it's in your genetics, you're good.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely good.
Well,
So
I want to have you on.
Stuff.
Let's get to this. Let's get to this.
Yo,
You guys,
me and you already did an interview that we're waiting for clearance on some stuff and some other stuff. So we've already talked. For some reason, people think that we're like mortal enemies. That is absolutely farthest from the truth. But again, we just share passion for gaming, and he just happens to be on that side of the street, and I just happen to be on this side of the street. But apparently, they've been talking to each other. So why can't we, right?
That's right. Well, with the brand, I want to start with the brand as a whole right now, because the Game Pass thing, I feel like, is like one step in a line of many steps that we've seen the brand change. And if you guys aren't familiar, check out, we'll be putting links in the chat. His channel is Xbox Frontline. We know, if you're not familiar with the famous Hold the Line moment, that was a moment that they had, and you can see the thumbnail there. You can follow him on Twitter as well. He is King David OTW, and he does Lords of Gaming content. He's on the podcast with them. I recently was on a podcast with Cog. So
yeah, I know, he told me.
it was a good time.
Get a chance to watch it.
Yeah, it was a good time. And I'm curious, where are you with the brand right now? Like, how do you feel about the brand? Because it has changed, I would say pretty significantly from when the gen started. As a
consumer or as a console warrior? You got to ask me, because it's two hats that I wear.
Okay.
So as a consumer, let's start with the console warring stuff first.
Okay.
They hamstring me for a couple of years. Like, it got to a point, like after the ABK thing, I felt that they were in a good position. And when you start to look at what was going on in the court filings and all the language that was in the documents, and I got some documents I'm going to probably put out today that I got from the federal court stuff, and how hamstrung they were in that deal. I think they got too far deep into it to just turn back. Right? It was like too many hands that was inside of that deal. So as a console warrior, all I wanted was for the deal to pass. And unbeknownst to me, not knowing exactly that they didn't have the streaming rights in certain locations when it came to Call of Duty, that Call of Duty had to, at some form or fashion, be inside Game Pass. And I see how they worked around it right now. That's why I was so bold in my stance, thinking that certain things couldn't happen. And also knowing that what will happen next as far as where the brand is going to go. I think the trial took too long. That hurt them, because I think they were like everybody else. They thought it was going to be like Bethesda. And the deal will go through, and then the games automatically start to make its way over. Just once you start getting through the logistics of the individuals that are like double HRs or triple HRs, and find out the redundancies inside the company. Now everybody was upset with what they view as terminations. When you have large mergers, especially of that magnitude, you're going to have redundancies in areas, and they're going to evaluate the best possible people that are for that space. But you got to think about it this way. So a lot of those companies were at the brink, and they were going to reach a tipping point where they would have lost more employees than they would have without the merger. So I think the merger saved more than it lost. Even though, a loss of jobs at this time isn't ideal, but looking at where we are right now with the AI stuff, it was inevitable. All the stuff was inevitable. But as a console warrior, they did things that I didn't like. Giving PlayStation any games to appease some stuff. I think once you borrow from the devil, and I'm talking about the parent company, which is Microsoft, because I'm not a Microsoft fan. Okay. I'm an Xbox fan, but I'm not a Microsoft fan, because there's a lot of things that I understand and know about the company as a whole. I'm not a big corporation person, because I just don't like corporate oversight, and I just don't like the shenanigans that go along with it. But I think once you borrow $80 billion, there's expectations on return. And on these returns, I don't think I think Phil had a great idea. I think the team had a great idea on achieving that money. Well, you see, it's not one for one. Like, it's not like I give you 80, I get back 80. That's not the deal. The deal is making a brand profitable enough to be in a pillar, right? And that's the idea of it. That's the deal of it. That's where fundamentally he's supposed to make that bread. And I feel, being how long the trial took, COVID ended quickly compared to what was the projections. Because had the trial ended earlier, COVID lasted a little bit longer, Game Pass would be at 60, 70 million. It ended early. The trial lasted longer. What you were betting on, what you put your bet on, didn't transpire the way that you thought. And then getting games up and running to the speed that they have it up to now just didn't transpire in a manner that they needed it to. Now, I do believe that whole sending those games over was from the top down. And you get marching orders, as middle management, these guys, you can say, Phil is upper management, but when it comes to the shareholders and it comes to the board, then it comes to your superiors, you're middle management. All right. Yeah. So, and then you have your people that's under you, and then it falls in line that way. When you get your marching orders, whether you like it or not, it's what it is.
Yeah.
So as a console warrior, I got to be spinning it as much as possible. I'm fighting J-Dub and them in the streets. I'm going at Border Rock. So, I mean, listen. It's King Thrash is making a video every other week. So I got to dip and dodge, and I got to fight with these guys, and I got to go back and forth. I mean, it's fun stuff on Twitter. It's nothing real. These guys we all got each other's numbers. We could all talk and stuff like that. So,
right.
But it's just fun for the people that actually think it's real. But which is hilarious if you really start to think about it. Like, it's really hilarious. But that just is a lot of things that they said that I wasn't on board with, right? And you have to really just start to look at what the paperwork is. Now, as a consumer, I'm living high on the hog. As a consumer, Xbox Game Pass is the gift that keeps on giving. And I always felt that way. I felt whatever the price is, even at $29 with the Call of Duty in it, even though I'm not a Call of Duty head like that, I'll play the campaign. I'm not really into the multiplayer. It just doesn't appeal to me. I'm more of a Marvel Rivals type of dude, Fortnite type of guy. And being that I'm a Fortnite type of guy, when they raised the price and they included Fortnite the Crew, I had just canceled my Crew subscription.
Okay.
And because, I just felt like, all right, $12 and then I'm paying for Game Pass, and I was like, this a la carte stuff is getting really too crazy.
Right.
Then when they bundled it in and Game Pass was $29, I said it's an absolute win. Then they threw the cloud stuff in and stream your own games. All right, cool. I showed my father because I took my controller to his house, took my son over there. We stood over there for Thanksgiving, and he got a chance to see the streaming stuff. Oh, he went and brought Amazon Fire Sticks then, brought some controllers because, grandkids come over. So it works for people that need it.
Right.
The tiers work in a way that is functional. Now, as a consumer, it works great. My kids are able to use it. My son and I, we game share. My daughters have their own account. Well, they share with each other on an account. And I don't have to go out and spend exorbitant amounts of money when I could just get the Game Pass for the year and they have all the games that they want to play. So, and the games are actually starting to churn out and come out now. There was a time where it was dry, but that had everything to do with the litigation. So, I mean, I think as a brand, it's rebuilding. I think when Phil got the brand from what Donnie did, it was in disarray. I believe the same thing that he believes. The worst generation to lose was the last generation, being that people made their digital lives. And when you pick a side, the side that you pick in that generation is the side that you're going to stick with, because you're building a library, your digital self. I got probably 1,400 games on Xbox digitally. On PlayStation, not so many. I got more physical games. and I can just up and root and just leave. Xbox, it's a taller task for you to just be like, well, I don't care about that 1,000. That's not how it goes, bucko. So that generation solidified like your battle lines, really, honestly. And if you're a multi console connoisseur like myself, where I get everything that comes out, Switch to Xbox, everything, I get everything. But I game on Xbox. I love the ecosystem. I love all the little tidbits that actually trickle out. I like the console. It's a weird little obelisk of a thing, but the Series S is like the sleek thing. I'm just like, why didn't you put more memory in the Series S? Had you put more memory in the Series S, that little device actually is able to go throw a little screen on it and you're good. Yeah. But yeah. That's kind of where I'm at with it.
You said something that I want to circle back to, because like you said, you're not a fan of Microsoft, and I've had a theory for a while, because I've told people for a while, and it's funny you said that I've said that the devil in the room the whole time has been Microsoft. I said I would prefer Xbox to not even really be owned by them, because my theory was that Phil Spencer and Satya were pretty much at loggerheads for the last 10 or 15 years or however long they were doing this. Not that long. I don't think they saw this the same way. I think Phil was fighting for things that Satya was potentially pushing back on, and essentially I think that's why Phil is now gone. I think he fought for Call of Duty on Game Pass. He was still wanting to do exclusives, and I think Satya had completely different vision. What's your opinion on that?
Satya doesn't care for exclusives.
Right.
Right. You got to think, right? And I'm talking about from a gamer. And this is console warring stuff only. Anybody that sits there and tells you that they don't want their games on other platforms, they're console warrior. Whether they want to believe it or not, right? Whether they want to acknowledge it or not. Because your game anyplace else shouldn't matter to you at all. Like, it shouldn't matter if iPhone has the game that's on Android. We don't care. It doesn't matter. But for a console warrior, we look for exclusives. We look for identity. We put ourselves behind that brand. So Satya, he's just a capitalist through and through. No matter what, where the money goes, he goes. So the logical sense for him is, we got software. Software should be everywhere. He's over Windows, which is everywhere. If he can make sure that Windows in some form or fashion is inside Apple, inside the Macs, what'd he do? Made it happen. So you got to really start to think about it in the sense that his fundamentally at the core, he is agnostic. He wants the money, wherever the money may lead. Not knowing that gaming is a different animal, is a different flower. And you don't cross-pollinate a rose with a lily. It doesn't work that way. You're going to get something that you're not going to be pleased with. A rose is a rose for a reason. You get a rose, even though it got thorns, you go for that rose for a reason. And Phil understands this. But Phil knew, in order to make Xbox stick with Microsoft, because he knew he wasn't going to be there forever. No CEO is there forever. I thought that he would be gone next year I thought Project Helix was coming out this year, and I can give you the spiel on that. I thought Project Helix was coming out this year, and it would have came out this year, but I'm gonna give you the spiel on that. In November, and I thought that Phil will be gone after the console launched. And me and him is not best buds. We do have numbers. We can talk back and forth and stuff like that. I usually just speak to him when we go to these shows and, we talk, or if anything happens. Me and Jason Ronald's a little bit better. Me and Greenie's a whole lot better. Sarah Bond is like a step behind Phil. Only speak to her when we were at shows. But it'd be lengthy talks, but it's just, no fake parasocial stuff, whatever that means. Which I find is hilarious. But Phil's dynamic with Satya was always, he's trying to make sure that Xbox can't be deleted. And once Xbox made more money than Windows, I said, oh, it's over. I said, that's it. I said, well, pack it up, guys. That's when the brand is going to do whatever the corporate wants, because now they're sitting at the big boy table. Did you notice that at that time, Phil was at places with Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer and at award shows where he wasn't just with Xbox crowd? He was sitting with Microsoft Elite. Once you breach that barrier of making your brand a pillar, he did something Donnie and Peter Moore nobody else could do. He made it a pillar. Now it's intrinsic in where Microsoft wants. Microsoft needs AI, they need the servers, they need the access, they need the monthly active users. You didn't hear his talk. His talk started changing to monthly active users, and he was saying it way before everybody else, even though everybody on their P&L sheets would talk about monthly active users. This is the first time you will hear it in the public, and people will say, well, you're talking about monthly active users because you aren't selling consoles and you're trying to pivot because that is more palatable. No, the real data metrics is what they're talking about, because they sell data. Microsoft is data merchants. They sell data. So anytime we sit down, this is the reason why they want you on the device. Everybody does it. I'm not specifically singling them out. Nintendo's data merchants, Sony's data merchants. Everybody right now in this digital age, they understand that data is the currency. The more time that we spend in their ecosystem, the more data that they can get. That's why Sony is fighting so hard with Steam for you to sign into PlayStation Network, because they need that active data in order to sell. It was a huge thing, and it's still a big thing, and that's when they launch is coming. But getting to my thought process with the console, seeing the Xbox ROG Ally X and looking at it, well, I got severely told absolutely that's not the direction. But up until that point, my belief system, and from all the stuff that I knew, they were going to have OEM devices, and it was going to be MSI, it was going to be HP, and it was going to be Asus, and it was going to be one more, probably Lenovo or something like that. And they was going to have devices, and they were going to have the chipsets. And I said, all right, cool. That was my opinion. Nobody at Microsoft told me that, but because I do logistics and stuff like that, so I start pulling up shipments and money allocations. I follow the cash. And then I'm looking at partnerships, and I go to these places. I'm seeing partnerships with individuals based upon where things is going. So I'm okay. Console will be coming out this year. Thinking the console's coming out this year on the 25th anniversary. You have Halo someplace around that. You shoehorn that there. You have Fable coming around there. You have Forza early on. Whatever the digital library is, and whatever games you can satellite around the console launch is cool. If you looked at the paperwork, Call of Duty was supposed to be on the next generation Xbox hardware this year. And you're supposed to, it was that one, I think it was going to be a launch title, and it was going to be a couple of other titles, cross generational type of thing, still running on the Series S and X. All that stuff flipped. All that stuff changes. And maybe the stuff that I heard was earlier stuff. But now, first party console, that partnership stuff is kind of like, no. And they kind of replacing and repealing all the stuff that were going on prior to earlier. So it's just, right now, I can't even actively predict what Asha's going to do, because she's technically savvy when it comes to this digital era, and she understands social media like nobody else. And it seems like Xbox has been giving free rein to retaliate when it comes to journalists, when it comes to people on Twitter, when it comes to developers, when it comes to anybody, even ex-CEOs like Sean Layden saying that Game Pass should be put out of its misery. She responded to him on LinkedIn like, we should have a chat. Yeah. And I said, this Phil would have never did this. Like, as much as because I know he can go to war, but he wants peace. And maybe you're 17, 18 years in at the helm, at the top, at the highest level. You're tired of the battles. You're tired of the slimy stuff. You're tired of the constant backstabbing from Jim or Sean or Jack or whoever that was there, or Reggie, and you just felt like, you know what, it's time to hang it up type of thing. But also they're in a totally different direction. There was no way that Microsoft could besmirch Phil's name at all in that building.
Yeah.
But they was able to besmirch Sarah's name.
What did you think? What did you think about that? I was upset at that because I felt like it was like she's a scapegoat. She was doing the plan. That plan was put in place long before she got that job.
You got to look at it. Somebody has to be the fall guy, right? Somebody has to be the bag man. This is corporate.
Yeah.
We can think that this is all, issues and giggles. It's not. It's not. This is corporate, and in corporate, there's words, corporate sabotage. There's corporate backs. There are cliques and stuff like that in corporate to insulate you from these type of things.
Right.
I explained to people before. I would always see, and I never seen Matt Booty out, except for like one time we was out and we was eating, and it was like, oh, there go Matt going inside or whatever, and we was at a restaurant. I was like, okay, whatever, I'll talk to him after. I'm eating. I don't care for that, but I don't have a relationship with him, right? If I saw Sarah or Phil, we would talk. We would talk, but you would see Phil with his group of people. But they're always in close proximity to each other, and you would see Sarah with her group of people. But you understood that there was a level of insulation around each group to make sure that those individuals is insulated from corporate sabotage. And when it comes down to the brand was taking such a hit. They have to spin it. She was next in line.
Yeah.
The wildest thing that I heard, like the theories that I heard, which was ridiculous. Oh, it's Black History Month. Listen, corporate don't care about Black History Month. Don't. At all. I understand that they had to look at the optics of it, and they replaced a woman with a woman because she was the next up in line.
Yeah.
I don't care what anybody say. Phil was making sure that she was his prodigy. She was learning everything and given opportunities to take the spearhead to lead and to see how far that she can go with it. Even on that fireside business meeting chat crap that they had, you saw they had Phil and Matt Booty bracket her to give her a level of insulation. If you looked at, I'm an optics guy, so I'm looking at it. I said, oh, they're shielding her, right? Because again, those are both senior officers when it comes to gaming, and she's learning the gaming space. So you want to shield her as much as possible, and then allow her to take the reins. That everything is an Xbox. They want to pin it on her. Yeah, maybe she came up with the idea. Somebody approved it. You don't,
right? That's what I said.
You don't do billion-dollar deals. This is marketing.
Yeah.
Commercials. That doesn't happen in a vacuum. She doesn't sign off and it's just her and Phil wakes up like, what? It's not like that. Right. And I made light of the situation because at the end of the day, these are millionaires, right?
Sure.
I'm not crying over a millionaire losing their job. I'm crying over, the guy in the mailroom that is living check to check that was with the company, and then the redundancy happened.
Yeah.
You understand? I'm worried about that guy. Millionaires, I'm not jet setting millionaires. Sorry. I mean, it's not to be callous, it's just to be real. I can't identify with you. I can identify with the common man. I can identify with middle management. I can identify with business owners. I can identify with that, but I can't identify with millionaires because I'm not that. Right? So I can't give you a sympathetic ear at all. I apologize, but that's just not where it is. So understanding that somebody had to be a fall guy, and there was no way in hell that they would have been able to, besmirch Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer first of his name. Anybody you speak to in that building, anybody that you come across, this guy is like the golden child. I swear, even on the other side.
Right.
Nobody. Like, you'd be like, yeah, he works for the other side, but he's a cool guy. Not once. I can't find him. Now you have, reports coming out, I didn't like Sarah, or I didn't like this, or I didn't like that. What person does like their boss, really? I mean, unless he's Phil, right? I don't know. I haven't heard a worker say it at all. I don't know.
Yeah.
But of course, she wasn't grown up into the company. She wasn't in the mail room working all the way up to the top. She wasn't outside sitting there catching lunch with you guys. So who's the perfect fall guy? She is. And when whatever plan was, she wasn't going for it. Here's my letter of resignation.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to be a Herman Holtz. Right? I think Herman should have did what a lot of them have done and left, like Kiki Wolfkill.
Why do you think Herman should have left?
Him and Jim did the takeover. All right, him and Jim designed that coup and took over. You got to look at who benefited the most. Right, from Sean not being there, from Shohei being sent down to the slop sink, right, and consolidating Europe, abolishing Japan. Jim benefited. Now, had Jim not consolidated Europe and made that the strong point for PlayStation, that ABK deal would have went through without a hitch. So him doing that, even though he did some things to the Japanese studios, like closing down Sony of Japan, as far as the studio, PlayStation of Japan, and making them like ancillary, which was really weird, and changing the X button to, minor stuff, disrespectful stuff, highly disrespectful stuff, but minor stuff to prove his allegiance to Europe. Had he not did that, that deal walks through, but he had to do it, and in order to secure some stuff for PlayStation, which is smart business. He's the shrewdest businessman that they got. Slime ball with a lot of things, having a pizza party, and then firing the whole slime ball stuff, in my opinion. But Herm was on board with it. If you look at what Herm benefited from it, Herm benefited from Guerrilla Games going straight up. He greenlit anything Guerrilla Games was doing, at the detriment to a lot of studios that's in PlayStation. A lot of that stuff could have went to factions too. A lot of that stuff could have went to the Spider-Man stuff. A lot of stuff could have happened, but he did it at the behest of what he felt was better. Concord. He was going around saying that was like the bee's knees, like the next Star Wars. There's a lot of stuff that he has to be called to the carpet for. And right now, being demoted live on television, well, not live, it was recorded, in front of everybody, just felt like, nah, Herm, you were supposed to Pete Hines this and just, that's it. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna come second fiddle to somebody else that you just pulled out the trenches from somewhere else, and I was under Jim. It's just, you got to Sarah Barnett. You just, I don't care how, whatever you want to write on my tombstone, just write it. But now they're parading you around like a dead body with really no say. Right?
So when you say he was demoted, what was he demoted from and to, though?
Remember,
my understanding was he just kept his same position. He just kept his same position, and Hideaki Nishino got promoted.
Well, how they worded it in the beginning, they were co-CEOs, right? That means you were answering to nobody. You and him was just working with each other. I don't believe so. I believe it was, okay, we're going to give you this title right now while we try to figure out what we're going to do. Because remember, Hiroki Totoki took over the spot that was above him. Remember,
yeah, it was
they
like
brought him,
Totoki was
Yeah.
like interim. He was interim something. It was
Right.
known that Totoki was going to be temporary, right?
right, and because he came to clean it up. It was that's when you had the most games shutting down, studios and stuff like that shutting down. He was a cleanup man. He was making sure that these books got to get balanced. Y'all spending out of control. Things is happening. And that's when they had their version of their three-headed monster. Notional shouldn't have been over Herm for PlayStation. He should have been under Herm. And Herm has to answer to him now. Herm was answering to Jim. Now Herm has to answer to somebody else.
So you see it functionally as like it's not that he was he didn't get classified, like his status, like his title didn't change. You're saying he now has to answer to Hideki Nishino, and you're like, that to him would have been a demotion. I just wonder if Herm likes to be over the studios. Like maybe he just prefers it, maybe he enjoys it. And I agree with you. He should not be greenlighting live service games. Like his thoughts on Concord, I'm like, brother, you were he was more out of touch than I think I've ever seen anybody be out of touch. They need to have somebody else overseeing live service, not her.
I thought Concord wasn't as bad as everybody thought. Okay, and let me tell you why. I saw the vignettes. I saw the roadmap. They needed tweaking. They could have sped the game up. I honestly, seriously, it was a lot of things that they could have did to fix it. I think DEI killed it, and some other stuff that was there killed it. But at the end of the day, they could have fixed it. They could have made it free to play from the rip, right? And I know it's a bit of a contention because it's already a dead horse to keep beating. But I felt that there was things that they could have done that they weren't willing to do. And I see it a lot when it comes to certain studios, certain management. The way they handle management is very I'm looking to see what happens with Marathon. I got Marathon and I'm looking to see what happens with it. Is it my favorite extraction shooter? No, but it has a lot of things that I like with it. I like Arc Raiders a little bit better based upon certain things. But when it comes to what Marathon delivers, I believe it delivers exactly what the promise is. So it's a real cool thing. But I think I didn't like what they did to Herm. If you saw my video about that, I mean, I clowned the whole situation.
Yeah.
But he understands. Like, you would understand it if you were senior to something and you had your boss over you and your boss is retiring or your boss leaves and you're next in line. And then they bring somebody else in and say that you and then say that, well, now you answer to him, but you still have the same duties that you had. That's no.
Right.
At some point you got to, the pride part got to kick in. But, people tell me, well, you can't feed your family on pride. Well, you should have a lot of stock options, right? What Jim did, sold a bunch of stock when he left. So you should have a bunch of stock options. So I don't think feeding the family is a thing. And if you like video games that much, then go open a studio. You know enough. You got enough friends that probably left and you can build a nice guerrilla game type of studio and make the games that you want to make and come back to the Sony fold in that way as a boss. But I don't know. I don't like the corporate stuff. That's why I don't like Microsoft. I don't like Sony as a company. The PlayStation brand is cool with me. The Nintendo brand is, but that's all they do. That's all they do, right? So, you can't say, unless I find out some shenanigans that they do with oil and stuff like that. But I think.
Well, what do you think of Asha then? Because they bring her in. I mean, in a similar fashion. You're kind of applauding the fact that Sarah's like, I'm out. If you're going to pass me over, I'm out. How do you feel about Asha? She's coming. Her background doesn't necessarily seem to translate to what Xbox needs right now, but she does seem to be winning the goodwill of the people back. Like, she brought back FanFest, she lowers the price of Ultimate, like, people are kind of singing her praises. You know, you're looking at things from that corporate logistical mind. I don't know about Asha.
So console warring or corporate? Which one you want here? So console warring, business is good.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, business is good.
That's right. Of course.
Corporate stuff, I'm not easily to trust. Right?
Sure. Yep.
So, the word was, and if you look at it, AI. I know where Satya is steeped in. I know why the stocks fell to I think it was 360 or 350 was the lowest. It bounced back to 420 something, and it has a projection of the highest is like 670. That will make them a crazy, like a damn near $6 trillion company. But her background is AI. Knowing what's going to be in Project Helix, I understand things, but also we got to look at the Instacart thing. She's not gaming.
Yep.
And Peter Moore didn't come from gaming. So I can't crucify you for not coming from gaming, but I can be wary about who you put around you. Matt Booty is gaming. Jason Ronald is gaming. The people that she has that's insulating her, that's in her ear, they are gaming. So it's just a good leader needs to be able to listen to those people that know more than you. And that's a mark of a good leader because, again, you get a chance to know how people are by how they take direction from people that aren't their superiors. Do they listen or do they dismiss? And apparently she's listening and she's taking into account a lot of things and relying on what she needs. Like, a good strategist know what they need. More than anything, you need free labor. Now, when I'm saying free labor, what me and you do is free labor. If you talk positively about Sony, if you give them the benefit of the doubt, even though you could be objective on whatever, but you skew it towards a positive reaction towards Sony, that's free labor for them because that's marketing that they don't have to pay you, even though you get paid by YouTube. They are still getting a glowing endorsement, and then the amount of people you talk to. When I talk positively about Xbox, even though I can give them a ribbing here and there, but my channel is skewed to positive ideas about Xbox, that's marketing that they don't have to pay for.
Right.
Now, yeah, you get stuff, you get perks as far as, and it's not payoff perks, as far as you go to these events, you meet these people, and they acknowledge you, and they understand, they're not stupid. And it's not a quick pro quo type of thing, but they understand that that guy does this. Let's make sure that he's included. That happens.
Sure.
Now, not to my channel is a little channel. I don't have access like a lot of these other people do and going to these places and all this other stuff. A lot of that stuff is done on our dime. We get there, they see us, they know us, but it's not to the extent that people may think. Now, there's other people that get flown out to places. I wish I would. I wish I would. You wouldn't see me in a hot dog suit. Like that's I think that's kind of the part that irritates the brakes off me because a lot of people don't see the hard work in the background. Right. But again, they know what they're doing. Both of these companies, they do. Right. And I look at it because one guy I gotta give King Thrash his props. He was like, I was kind of upset because they used to hold the line and they didn't pay you. I said, true. I said, but through the grace of God, which was really crazy, the day I launched my show, the following week I was monetized. 6,000 people. I thought it was easy, Lono. I thought it was easy. I was like, I said I'd be at 50 in a minute. Right? I struggled to get to 10.
That's right.
Somebody gave me 6,000. Somebody said, And I am in my mind, I'm like, well, maybe Xbox did look out. Maybe they said, yo, everybody sign on to his channel. I don't know, but that would be dope if it was. It would be something I would never know.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was 6,000 people, which I find it impossible. In a week, I've just never seen it. I had to wait till my views caught up to my members, to the subs.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So it was just like, I don't know, man. I'm corporate stuff is wild on both sides. I see it. Sometimes they throw favor on some people. Sometimes they don't. Yeah. And it's just fickle. And that's why I don't like corporate. Because you just never know which angle that they're coming from or what they're doing. But the brands, we love the brands. We love the stuff that we love. We love our controllers. We love our consoles. We love connecting with people online that we're playing a fighting game with, or a co-op game, or anything. That stuff actually is for gamers. It's home for us because this is a hobby at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Now, for some people, this is business. You know, when I got to play a game, NDA game, sometimes I don't want to play it, but it's business. Yeah. And we're on the business end of it at this moment right now. So that's why we're here talking now. Because any other time we'll meet each other in the lobby and play.
That's right. Well, and I agree on the corporate side because, like, I do feel that she is very much saying what needs to be said. This has been my criticism of Xbox and Microsoft.
What is she supposed to say?
Right. She can't say. Well, and I remember when she said that Xbox, that Game Pass had gotten too expensive. That's why I did my show yesterday. I was like, they're going to make a change if she's saying, in view of the public, it's too expensive. They're going to make a change, which is, that was kind of the next thing I wanted to ask you about. This change, everybody celebrating it is good, but I'm like, y'all need to be real careful here. Like, this is definitely opening a door to fundamentally change the value offer of Game Pass going forward.
Game Pass isn't her baby. Game Pass is Phil's baby.
Uh-huh. So you think she'll chop it up if she feels it's right?
What is her job? Her job is to grow it. That's it.
Right.
Her job is not to care about anybody's feelings. All right, look at it. Look at it this way, right? Game Pass was $20. And at that time it had Call of Duty, right? They raised it to $30 and gave and let me stop saying Game Pass. Game Pass Ultimate. We always forget the end Ultimate. Game Pass is $9, right? It's $9.99, $10. That's how it is. You want to get in it, you want to use it, go get it. But if you want the ultimate package, just like, you know, you going to buy a car, you want all the bells and the whistles on it, you want the AMG kit on your Mercedes, well, you're going to pay for that. $30. And they felt that was it, and they gave you Cloud, and they gave you Fortnite. I was all in, because I was like, I was paying $32, and I got the crew. Now the crew is in there, I'm cold. When they dropped it out and they took Call of Duty, I don't care about Call of Duty like that. But there's a lot of people that do.
Yeah.
But it's $22. But I still have the crew, and I still have all that other stuff that you threw in there, and you raised the price. Okay, I'm paying $3 more, and the crew was costing me $12. I'm still at a $10 win. I'm cool. I'm rationalizing it. Is it president that she could take out Elder Scrolls 6? Quite possibly. But I honestly believe that she's going to go back and get the exclusives back. I think her showing that Xbox needs to be valued as a brand, and the willingness to take out your crown jewel that you went out to go get, because they went out to go get Call of Duty. Whatever the hell else was inside that grab bag of stuff, that's cool. Outer Worlds, whatever the hell else is in there, whatever you could do inside that grab bag, great. This thing here is what we went to go get. You're going to have to pay for this. You can get it next year. And she's so detached from it, that's not her baby. You didn't have to trout Phil out again to give you any type of bad news, because it would have been poorly receptive. You know that, right? Had Phil gave the same message that she did, it would have been poorly received.
Yeah, because he announced Call of Duty coming to Game Pass. I think he fought for that. I think he fought for that specifically.
Obviously, he did.
And he wanted to announce it.
How many years have we had Call of Duty day one inside Game Pass?
2, right? 2 from the time he announced
the
it.
first year when they were fighting him tooth and nail, and they said that we're going to give you a look-see. And then the first year was like 65% over. They killed that financial. It's like, all right, let's see next year. It was down 16 to 18%. They lost 300 million. Hell no. No.
You think that's why he's gone? You think that's why he's gone?
He's not gone. He was leaving anyway. He was leaving anyway. I had predicted he would be gone by 2027 anyway. He's leaving.
This is a terrible year to leave, though. It's 25th anniversary. I thought he'd be in there to celebrate this summer, especially. Like reap some of the rewards. This is one of their best first-party lineups in an age.
You know for a fact he's still getting paid.
Well,
he's there. Like who cares? He's at the functions with a name tag that says Asha's assistant. He don't gotta listen to nothing. He just gotta show up for a meeting here and there and be like, yeah, that sounds good.
So you think he's gonna be at all these events celebrating, and now he's just like, I don't have to be the guy.
He is. He's like,
I never thought about it like that. He's like, I want to go and celebrate with the fans, but I don't have to answer to any of this anymore.
None of it. I don't have to hear the criticisms. Nothing. It's you now. Enjoy. Right? You could. He got Xbox, the brand, back to the big dance. Microsoft, for the love of them, for the love of their life, can't separate from Xbox now. Cannot. Phil has infected them with Xbox because they're a core pillar of their AI push, their data push going forward. When you have the app on your phone and you interact with that app, do you see the interconnectivity that they're doing with all the devices all over? Listen, they could say the Xbox, this is the Xbox, is killed. They just stopped saying it. In your desktop, you have Xbox mode. In my Xbox Rock Ally, I have Xbox mode. In my phone, I play my Xbox stuff. In my laptop, I do it. And it rewards you for doing so, for interacting with Xbox during it. But the main thing is they're gaining data in where you're gaming, how you're gaming, the time that you're gaming, what time you're sleeping, all the things that you do. Are you popping this open, this, that, and the third? How they can better sell your data to somebody else to can sell you something. So they know your habits. They know what time you eat. So something will pop up from somebody that they sold your data to. Understand, Phil made sure that Xbox was essential to Microsoft, no matter what anybody thinks. And that he did his job.
Yeah.
He can walk away now. Like, Whatever happens, it is not going anywhere. Whatever you do, bastardizing Game Pass, you can do whatever you want to do to it. Xbox is going nowhere, and he rides off into the sunset.
You're
nobody saying anything bad to on his name.
You're touching on something that we got onto today, because I had somebody who was saying like they're not sure that you're going to be able to put Steam on Helix, and I said I think Helix, they don't care where you game or what you buy, because they're going to be able to monitor you and get your data, and that's a huge aspect of what Microsoft cares about, and they don't
That's
care
all
if
they
you
care
buy
about.
games and Steam. So you're in agreement, like Helix is just going to be like PC living room, load Steam if you want, Microsoft won't care, or do you think they're going to try to limit it? Because Moore's Law is Dead kind of started this. He's like nobody will ask about Steam, and I'm like, I think they're just being polite. I don't think Microsoft wants Steam to be the central focus of Helix.
Don't listen to him. And I say it affectionately. That device is a PC/console. And when I say console, it's going to have custom console stuff, systems on chip. It's going to have all the custom console stuff that you're going to have. It's going to be a console, but it's going to be a PC. And it's going to be living in that duality, that mode. But on a PC, you have other storefronts, right? You have other avenues that you're able to use, right? When you use your Xbox ROG Ally X, I do, there's storefronts that's available. That PlayStation launcher, when it comes out, will be available They want their monthly active users. They want their data. And if you happen to buy, because people say, well, how do they get paid if somebody buys a game off of Steam and buys the Steam version and doesn't buy the Xbox? Well, they get their 70% instead of 100% over there. It's fine. But at the same time, you're gaming on their device. You're staying inside their ecosystem. They much rather have you sitting here than going over there. It's a reason why Matt Booty come out and say Instagram and TikTok is our biggest threat. Because the youth today, we lost 24% of youth that's not gaming, that's on their phones, that's in their tablets, that don't care for gaming. And we're a shrinking market. There's a ceiling. And everybody's trying to breach this ceiling, trying to figure out how can we jump over? How can we make it over there? You know, Jim Ryan doesn't come out and say, y'all not enough, and start making a PC pivot and a live service pivot, which was smart. All right? I don't care what anybody say. It was absolutely smart in what he needed to do. He did it for the health of the company. Jim was a numbers guy, and he looked at the numbers and he understood that he overspent for Bungie. Okay, so what? But they're all trying to do the same thing. Yeah. They're all trying to break that 125 to get to 200. There are billions of gamers on PC. How come we don't have one console that has reached at least 500, 600 million? See, that's it. So they're all always going to look to PC because PC is where everyone is. And how can they breach this stupid ceiling that we can't get past? They're selling to the same person over and over again. They got us. The next consoles that come out, they got us. They know they got us. Yeah. This is what we do. But do they got that guy that don't care about it? No. That cares about sitting on his PC. And this is the reason why I think Steam is getting cold feet. Besides all the other stuff in the world that's happening, right? I think Steam is looking at the pricing, knowing that we can't subsidize a damn thing, and we're going to bring an underpowered console to the market. And these guys are going to bring custom silicon to the market that can compete with us, and they have a brand power that will ostracize us, and they won't be able to compete with the Switch too. They won't be able to compete with the PlayStation, whatever that may be, and they won't be able to compete with whatever the name of the next Xbox is for gaming people. PC people, a novelty at best. You might say, I'll put it inside the living room next to the TV because I can't lug this big 70-pound desktop that I got here. Shout out to NZXT, thank you. I can't lug that thing next to my TV. So I think they're realizing this. I think they're understanding we're going to fail just like we failed the first time. And I think that's why we haven't heard anything yet. Until they can get that thing to $700, $600, they'll be a fool to bring it out at $9. They'll be an absolute idiot.
It's a tough sell. As soon as it gets, I've told people, as soon as anything like that gets close to the $1,000 mark, you lose people because it's like, well, wait, I would just now you're talking about pre-built PC territory, which even that's more expensive than it used to be. I do want to circle back. You said a handful of things I want to drill down on because I'm like, okay, I see some of this very differently. So, PlayStation PC launcher exclusives. Which one do I want to go on first? Let's go on exclusives. How do you see Xbox returning to exclusives? I have my own theory about how they might start using the term again, but I think it gets a little muddy. I talked about this with COG on the gaming roundtable. I said, if you're using this word again, you're bringing it back. It might start to be salt in the wound because I don't know if they'll be able to use it for every game that comes out. How do you see Asha bringing back exclusives in any capacity for the brand?
The same way PlayStation is going to do live service games, go wherever, and single player games that are centric stay at home base. Easy.
Permanent or timed? How do you see it?
No, permanent. If you look at it, 2% of the games that went over to PlayStation actually sold. 2%. Out of all the games that went over there, 2% had a success rate. That is not good business. You're not getting a return off investment. I don't care if it's just digital. Some of those stuff was physical too. So you pressed up CDs, you put them out there. Nah. Nah.
So you think?
Very
I mean,
simple.
I would imagine
easy.
I would imagine the big titles are going to go like Forza, like a Gears.
You notice that Forza didn't have a date, and they pulled the PlayStation logo off the last trailer.
You think they might be dialing back on that? I thought Forza 5 did very well on PlayStation.
Forza 5 did fantastic. Sold 5+ million. I'm like over 330 million in profit. Absolutely fantastic. It's a live service game. It should go. I would say go. I say all live service games, yeah. I mean, listen, I'm a console warrior, so if you got Businessman King here, I'm going to tell you, yeah, live service games, blah, 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 whatever. Console warrior, don't give him a damn thing. That's me. Like, don't put me in charge of the brand. I don't send over nothing. I don't care. Shut off the lights. I don't care.
You lock it all up.
Yeah,
what would you see? What's the purpose of those exclusives then? If Helix, I don't envision Helix being a high-scale distributed model. Like, they're not going to be trying to rival console distribution. Maybe 10 million units. Like, what would be the purpose of those exclusives? Probably less than that. Yeah, probably less than that.
Probably less than that, selling at $14.99.
So how does an exclusive function in that environment? If they're not really trying to drive hardware sales, what's the business impetus for that exclusive at that point?
Game Pass. You're gonna get to a point where, and that's why they lowered the price of PC Game Pass. They're gonna do something with Netflix. That's why I can't trust them right now. She's absolutely, completely, 100% unpredictable. She is an absolute wild card, right? Her team is thinking outside of the box. When you sit down, and she sat down and talked with the CEO over at Netflix.
Yep.
That guy is an absolute beast with what he wants to do with Hollywood. He wants to destroy Hollywood, right? So any type of people that he can pull in, any way that he can work in gaining more shares in anywhere, that guy is an absolute monster. He's trying to close all day long, every day. I don't know what she's gonna do.
Yeah,
I seen a deal they did with Amazon. I think that's underutilized.
This just hit. Now she's talking about Xbox and Discord have worked together to make it easier for players to connect, chat, and play across devices. We're teaming up again as we continue to make Game Pass more flexible for our players. Some of you might see some code in the wild. They're literally she's doing something with Discord right now. I mean, it just happened while we've been talking.
You already know they was trying to buy Discord before.
I think a lot of people were trying to buy Discord, weren't they? There's a couple people.
They were close, and then something, some BS happened. I think Tencent did something, and then Sony jumped in and brought like 10% or something. And even if they brought 10%, it doesn't really matter. It's just you get shares back or whatever. She's trying to Instacart Game Pass. She knows service.
Yep.
And I swear to God, if she finds a way to unlock Game Pass, and Game Pass does hit over 60 million, because right now it's making 400 million a month. That's on the average of the 5 billion of financial, and 3 billion of that is profit. So that's 400 million a month. She does that, she's going to be heralded as the next coming. They don't really, if you look at the Surface, right, and I'm looking at the Surface tablet, the Surface laptop or whatever, the Surface, they're not worried about how many the Surface sells. It's a premium device that they sell that is a conduit to utilizing the operating system. And they're okay with the number that hit. They're not hardware driven at this point. They're software driven. And I know you're going to say, well, if they're software driven, then it stands the reason that placing their software into a larger pool, and that's an assumption that there would be a larger pool going forward. I just don't see the return off investment financially. If you would have told me that the games that they send over to PlayStation it would have been like an 80-20 split where 80% of them actually does well instead of just 20%, then I would be like, yeah, they're never going back. But just this Sunday, I just told people that, they're not taking Call of Duty out of Game Pass. So I don't trust it. I got egg all over my face. I don't trust it. So anything that's a rumor,
yeah,
I believe it's true. Like we've been hearing the rumor, people that I've been talking to that's close to the situation. Yeah, exclusives, they're back on the table. I'm like, you bullshit? You serious? Yeah. I'm like, what? So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. E-Day never got a date for PlayStation and Reloaded so poorly. The test subjects sold like crap. Something I'm mad at. I'm mad at that. I did a nice video. I'm mad at that. I did a video champion that day, and that's the day Helldivers came over. We did well by Helldivers. Y'all didn't do well by Gears.
Well, I've wanted to see a big new title because like what's Forza going to do day and date if it lands PlayStation Day 1, because we know that staggered release can hurt it, and then we know with Gears it's like, well, it was a remaster, because I thought it looked amazing, but then a bunch of people kind of schooled me. They're like, this is kind of the second time they've done this, and I was like,
the second time they do it.
So I was like, well, because I think Gears would vibe with the PlayStation guys. It's third person, it's gritty. What could E-Day do? But you're saying you don't think so. You don't think it could do as well.
You know why? You know why that theory falls flat? How old was Forza Horizon 5?
It would have been at the time 5 years
like
old?
5 years, right? So it's an old game. Same thing with Grounded. Same thing with Sea of Thieves. We're talking about games that are old. It doesn't matter to certain segments of the population. They don't care. This game has content. It's a good game. It works. What worked back in the days with Gears, that Gears didn't hit because that Gears was retro. That bouncing up against the wall, sticking against the wall, I don't care how great it looks visually. If you don't change the mechanics to make it current, if you're not changing the mechanics to make it what's happening now, nobody gives a damn. You're going to get a couple like they did. What is 140,000? That, oh man, Gears is over here. But then you're going to get the other people that's going to be like, nah, that look like, that don't appeal to me. And that's them. So, no, I think Gears, that one was stuck in the past, and people treated it as such.
Yeah. Well, I've always thought if you bring over a brand new Halo and you bring over a brand new Gears to PlayStation, I'm like, I think the PlayStation audience would be more receptive to Gears because it does feel more in line. And I kind of agree with you, though, that you'd want it to feel a little bit more modern because, man, I've tried the PvP for like 20 minutes. I was like, I can't hang with these boys. I don't know what they're doing. They're bouncing off
a little shotgun you. I hate that stupidness.
I was like, I can't hang with this.
You know, the crowd got mad at me because I said Gears was a dead and dying franchise, and what I meant was the PvP. Like, I was like, I never liked it. I've always hated it. I don't care. You know, and people are like, oh, because you're not good at it. Whatever. I hate it. So what? I'm not supposed to like everything that everybody else likes, right? I game selfishly. I'm an absolute selfish gamer. Why? Because my money went into my stuff, and I brought what I like. Because I like it. I don't care what everybody else like. If you like it, love it. Go ahead, go get yourself. Go ahead. But the stuff I like is popular. I like Fortnite. And I told them, they was like, oh, meet me over here. I was like, no, meet me in Fortnite. Talk to me in Fortnite. You don't want to talk to me over there, right? Talk to me in Marvel Rivals. Get out of here with that. So, honestly, I don't, they didn't give it a date. I don't know. But I honestly believe the same way we have to believe the rumor with Sony pulling back games from Steam. And I think, and it has nothing to do with the fear of the Project Helix. People got to stop with, sometimes they console war too hard, right? It's like,
you heard it here first. You guys heard it here first. He said you can console war too hard. Okay.
Yes, because not everybody's in fear of the other guy. It's like sometimes it's business, right?
That's right. That's right.
They're looking after monthly active users. That's when they started reporting that metric. Well, Sony always reported the metrics. They just started talking about it loudly, and people just started picking up on it. It's like confirmation bias. Like, you're just starting to notice it more. But when Steam wasn't allowing them or were fighting them back on the sign-in on PSN, and they started getting pushback from the crowd, or we don't, okay. Because they tried it. They sold you the game, then you couldn't. You tried to log in, and you had to log into PSN, and it's just like, they lock people out. And then you notice that some regions weren't getting the game. You locked it out of like 80 regions or something stupid. And the only way to override that is to come out with your own launcher. Come out with your own launcher. You still, and they did put up the job notice. That job has been fulfilled. They are working on their mobile page, and they're working on their launcher. All the stuff, anybody can go look it up. They want you to purchase from them.
Yep.
They want you, when you sign into their launcher, the same way Epic Store, you sign into Epic, you go through Epic. That's the reason why people have their launchers. They're not trying to outdo Steam. It will be great if it happens. But what they want is what they get. And what they get is the data from the people that show up. It's the reason why Epic gives away free games. Because they need you there. They got the most successful engine in the world, with the most successful game, probably, with Fortnite. And they still give away free games because they want you in their launcher. So people got to start looking at the business of it. It's not anything to do with Project Helix, and you'll be able to play Wolverine. You'll be able to play Wolverine through the PlayStation launcher on that device, and PlayStation gets you sign in. You'll sign in. Don't trust and believe. You are going to sign in. And you think Xbox is going to say, "Oh no, don't do that"? Hell no. Go ahead, sign in. Do it. Go ahead. You sign in on GOG over here. Yeah. You sign in on Epic Store over here. You do it. Go ahead, sign in. Who gives a damn? As long as you're here, let's get the data.
Do you think this has been a big misfire then? Because like Jason Schreier Bloomberg's like they've scrapped the plans. Because I was actually bummed. People call me a pony, but I wanted Yote and Saros to go to PC. I was like, I wanted the PC boys to be able to play those games. You're saying that you think that's still happening, but just in a PlayStation launcher?
Why wouldn't it? It's easy money, but they want all of their money. They want all of their control. The reason why the Sony deal fell apart with Nintendo is because Sony wanted all control over all stuff on disc, right? They were putting out the device. Remember when, I'm going way, way back, before the PlayStation came out, when they were going to do the Super NES PlayStation. And they was going to have the disc drive, and they were going to make it. And then, Nintendo went with Philips because it was a clause that Sony would own all the stuff that's on disc. Nintendo said, "Oh, wait a second, hell no." Sony wants absolute control over the stuff that they can control. They can't control the stuff on Steam. You telling Sony, "Oh, you don't have to sign into PSN," and they were trying to do different things to give you incentive. If you sign in, you get a skin. If you sign in, you get access to this or that. They were trying. But it wasn't, PC dudes like, "Nah, I don't care about that. I don't care about your skin. I just want to play your game."
Yeah.
Nah. So, no. They're like, "All right, don't worry about it. The PC guys are able to play it through their launcher." Right? It's either get down or lay down. And if they don't want to interact with it, that's fine. Those people that do, they will. And those people that will sign through PSN. That's it. They haven't got rid of Nixus for a reason.
Don't you think it's weird that Nixus isn't working on a port though? They're helping with Saros. That to me signaled a change. So you're still of the mind that they're gonna take Nixus after Saros launches, and they're gonna start working. I'm assuming the next one would be Yote. I mean, that's the next game in line.
They could be working on the stuff now. I mean, unless we're in the building, we don't know this stuff really. Unless it leaks out. All I know is I can go by two things. If they were really pulling back from PC, then they would have kept Bluepoint and got rid of Nixus. And let me give you the reasons.
Okay.
Bluepoint actually did everything that they do well, that PlayStation does well, remakes and remasters. You could have used them to do a whole lot of games that everybody's calling for, easily, with no problem. Nixus, if you're pulling back from PC ports, is useless. No matter how you slice it, absolutely useless. Because you could have had Bluepoint work with the Soros team. There's no need to have Nixus do it. Why the hell would Nixus do it? Nixus is, they specialize in PC ports, bringing games to the PC to entertain the masses. That's their whole mission statement.
Yeah. I mean, I think the closing of Bluepoint was short-sighted. I think they were too valuable. Their operational costs were too low. I was like, you should have kept them, because they could have been doing, remakes and remasters for years to come. It wasn't worth chopping them. I think Nixus could get rolled into more support, as they're doing right now with Soros, or I was thinking maybe they could go the other direction. There's so many games that go to Steam and don't come to PlayStation. Could they start to help more games land on PlayStation instead of just Steam, like with porting in the other direction? I'd be very interested.
How does that help Sony, though? Like,
I mean, they make a lot of money off third party. You know this,
right? Yeah, they make money off a third party, but how does it help them in the grand scheme of things to send out like a hit squad to go to a third party company to get that game ported over to the PlayStation? It doesn't.
PlayStation really likes to play nice with devs. Because like what Cerny is doing, devs like to tap into the tech, the PSSR. You win that fight, and you have devs that start to prefer working with you. I mean, that's good for business. That's good for that bottom line. At 30%.
Console warring a little bit. That's a little bit of a stretch, in a sense that because I'm doing it business wise in my head, right?
Right.
I wouldn't, like, business wise. You see, their job is to port to PC, not reverse engineer to console.
That's fair. That's
right?
fair. And people in chat are saying they could just start helping with all the live service. I mean, there's going to be live service games still on the PC.
They're not that.
They're like, poor. They're poor. Their job is a poor.
Right. Then you would have got rid of Firewalk Studios. Live service, like, nah. Honestly, first, the live service stuff, that stuff is dead.
You think it's dead?
I think it's dead because I didn't like what they did, right? If you looked at the number of live service games that they killed, and some of the games that were like 80%, Factions 2, which I'm not a Factions 2 fan, but I'm a Spider-Man fan. If you see them behind me.
Yep.
That thing I was mad at because I was like, I would have brought that day one.
I would have too, yeah. Same.
Right? So we're looking at the possibility of them ending any idea of live service games and getting back to what makes PlayStation functional. What makes PlayStation functional is you can money hat whatever. Get these titles here. And thank God for Shohei with the whole China Hero stuff and getting a lot of those games already up and running and coming over to the PlayStation based upon his hard work with going out and getting that stuff. I don't know what happens next, but this generation is pretty much secure because of that. But live service, the return on investment, PlayStation hasn't seen it. I mean, Arrowhead did a great job, right? And that was already a finished product. We haven't heard anything from Fair Games.
There was just something about Fair Games. I forget what it was. I don't think Fair Games has a shot personally. I think it sounds like a terrible idea.
I think Bungie killed all the live service stuff. And hear me out. I have a working theory. My working theory is always who benefits the most, right?
Okay.
If you looked at all of those live service games coming out, the only one that Bungie endorsed was Concord. Sabotage,
Do we have that on record? I don't know if Bungie looked at it.
I'll find it and I'll get it to you.
Okay. Because I was told they were real secretive with Concord. They didn't let like SIE employees play it. It was super
Remember,
secretive.
Jim put Bungie in charge of live service games. This is the reason why he got Bungie.
No,
Because
I know that. Yeah.
They don't know live service games. He lets, I need your eyes and the ears on this. All right, cool. Go over there with Herm, make that happen. All right, cool. Bungie's working on their stuff. How does this stuff look? That looks good. Yeah. Concord looks good. All the other stuff that could have possibly been a contender for them, they got the kibosh put on them. Because you can't tell me that Factions 2 wouldn't have still been rocking. That Spider-Man game still wouldn't have been rocking. I honestly think they would have. And many other games that were canceled during this period of time. But I believe Bungie still got their stuff out, all that stuff out for Destiny, and they still made it to the dance floor with Marathon. And don't they got one more game in tuck that they're supposed to be bringing out sometime soon?
Who? Bungie or Sony?
Bungie.
They had a title that was offloaded. They've spun up a new studio called LFG. It's the Project Gummy Bear. So that project's still going forward, no longer under Bungie. They spun up a new studio. I mean, the Factions thing, though, I trust Naughty Dog. They were basically told the level of bandwidth required, and they're like, we don't want to do that. Because Shuhei said they wanted to continue making single-player games, so they opted on their own to cancel that game. So I don't really agree that, like, Bungie...
Oh, they didn't opt on their own. Remember, he found that they was going to present the game the next day. In 24 hours, they got the kibosh put on it.
Yeah.
And, a couple of people came out and said, well, it's good that it happened. I don't know. You get conflicted stuff in between. You know why I never really know too much? Because the people that are in with Sony, and I'm talking about in, right? They're a small group, and I'm not in that group.
Right.
Like, I see Jason Schreier. Me and Jason Schreier not tight. Right. So, we cool, cordial. Hey, how you doing? Other people that are in like the Sony stuff, like Christopher Drain. I met him a couple of times. I'm not tight with him. They're not going to give me any information. Now I can get a whole lot more information with Xbox stuff because I'm more tight with the Xbox community. But I'm at a loss with really talking about anything that, unless it's been published from PlayStation about PlayStation. I can go on speculation. I can go on paperwork.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I don't got no real working, functioning stuff to go with them. They're just more of an enigma, but you can pretty much predict certain stuff that they're going to do based upon the baseline of the balance sheet. That's about it.
Yeah, I mean, I've theorized they're going to lower some of the funding. I don't think they're going to stop altogether with live service because, like, Marvel, Toko, and Fighting Souls is coming this year. I think it'll make them. I can't wait. That's going to make them some good money in the live service environment. And I know internally they've been very pleased with GT7, MLB The Show, Helldivers. Like, I think the executives are like, hey, there's still good money to be made here. I just think they're going to lower the investment. I think Jim Ryan was too bullish, like 12 games by 2026. I think he needed
to be, though.
I mean, maybe, but they've had to kind of recoil from that, I think. It's like, well, maybe we don't need to... I think it did. They wasted... Ben Studio wasted a bunch of time. They had Blue Point wasting a bunch of time, and now Blue Point's gone. And I think single-player studios should stick to single-player. They should start partnering with studios like they did with Arrowhead, like they're doing with Arc Systems and Fighting Souls. Yeah. Don't have your single player studios trying to do live service. So I think we're similar in mind here, theorizing that I do think they're going to lower the commitment. I don't think it'll be as much because they do. I mean, their bread and butter is single player.
I think the games that they have that's already there, they're going to continue to work on that stuff. Like, live service games as far as the baseball games. I don't know. I don't really see them. Or tack on stuff to some of the single player stuff, like what is it, the dungeon stuff to the Yode's
Legends.
Legends. God of War. They can have a component to that. I think they're gonna show the wife game at some point. The female God of War thing, which I was like,
You don't want to play as Faye? She's
No.
awesome. Oh,
Stop
man.
it! Stop it!
If they get the woman who plays Karen Page from Daredevil, dude, I'll play a video game.
All right, why not do what is it? Heavenly Sword? Why not do Heavenly Sword too? You know, I thought that was phenomenal. Right? Why don't you? I'm so anti whatever Cory Barlog has done with God of War. You wouldn't believe it.
I liked 2018 and Ragnarok though, so I
hated it.
did.
I hated it because you know why? This was Game of the Year. This guy was Game of the Year. This was Game of the Year. That Sad Dad Simulator, man, they slowed it up. They took away my obnoxious, egotistical, self-centered, misogynistic Kratos, the womanizing Kratos, because he wouldn't exist in this world. You know, Cory Barlog's idea is, well, you know, he did all of that and he just wants to live like now he wants to be the Hulk and don't want to be bothered and people can come knock on his door and beat him up. No, please, no, God, no. Absolutely not. Then he's watching a kid that's not even his. Like, come on, man.
Well, that's it. How is that not his kid?
He's Loki. He's born from the fairest wolf. Like, I mean, I'm going by lore. Like, it's like I'm like,
yeah.
So that's how I feel about it.
I love Spider-Man. I like Spider-Man 2. I actually like the story in Spider-Man 1. 2. I like the story a lot more.
Right? What,
yeah,
all right, did you like the DLC? Did you get a chance to play DLC?
I didn't like the DLCs as much. I liked the main story way more.
You didn't like the fact that Spider-Man was a deadbeat dad, possibly with the black hat, while battling his eternal life where he's with Mary Jane, but with Black Cat as Spider-Man and with Mary Jane as Peter Parker, and he has to battle that duality. Well, I mean, because it plays out in the comic books, but the kid component to it was absolutely insane.
I played the first one and didn't like it, and I checked out. I was like, I don't want, because there was more and I didn't play them. You're saying that they were good.
Yo, I was completely invested in all of it, because it was my game of the year for me.
Okay.
I thought everything was empowering. It played Peter well. It played his dynamic with Mary Jane and Aunt May. It just played Peter well. Yeah. I thought the second one, the biggest villain in that game was the mortgage, and at the end he had to leave because he couldn't pay the mortgage, bro. Like,
that's so true. That is true, though. That is true. I liked the combat and the traversal. Like the story was a lot weaker because I liked Doc Ock a lot in the first one. I thought they did a great job.
Yo, the reason why Doc Ock resonated because Peter looked up to him and he looked at Peter like a son. But you know, it was just so much better. It was so well written.
Yeah, there was more tension. There was more tension. Yeah,
it wasn't
agreed.
Mary Jane getting a symbiote and berating you.
Yeah. It was a little all over the place. I remember I told people, I said, of all the sequels, I enjoyed Spider-Man 2 probably the least. I didn't dislike it.
I like Miles Morales better.
Yeah, Miles was great. I liked Ragnarok. I liked Forbidden West. I thought Spider-Man 2. I know you didn't like Ragnarok.
Yeah, listen, Forbidden West. Okay, yeah, right. Ragnarok. You know what? I haven't even finished it still, and every time I play it, I fall asleep while I'm playing it. Every time. I swear to God, I'm like, okay. I'm like, it's just. Go to the next section, clear the next section. Go to the next section, clear next section. Put controller down. Watch story. Pick controller up. Clear section. You know that. I was just saying. To me, I'm at the part, and I can tell you the part I'm at. I'm riding some yak with Atreus and the little girl.
Oh no, that's the worst. That's the worst part. That's the worst part.
Yeah, I'm like, please let me get past this part. Like,
It's bad. It's bad. I was critical. I said I cannot imagine replay value here. It's so slow. The pacing's awful. Like, no, that's you're never gonna beat the game because you'll always come back and be like, I ain't riding this yak around and listening to dialogue.
Yeah, I'm stuck there. That's
You'll be there forever. You're officially in yak purgatory.
No, but
gosh.
To dispel any rumors, I actually buy everything. I play everything. I just prefer Xbox, and it's just fun leaning into the whole console warring stuff because you find a kinship when you start messing around with people that are on the opposite side. Listen, hip hop gamer is the biggest pony that you will ever find, and that's my business partner. So again, you can understand, like, oh, we always talking mess with each other. I mean, but literally in real life, we just talk crap. But at the end of the day, it's gaming, and wherever you just find your love for gaming, just make sure that doesn't go away.
Yeah.
And try to get more people into gaming on any aspect, because we're losing people to TikTok, Instagram, and just doom scrolling all day. And I'm just like, that's not it. I mean, there's things to game, and that's why I like the Neo Geo coming back, and I'm gonna get my hands on the $1,000 one. I had one back when I was growing up. I had a bunch of games, and I just think ownership over your games, especially where we're going right now with these consoles, ownership over your games, and just that aspect of it, being able just to log off and just play a game without somebody popping up, sending you a message, hey, inviting you, breaking your concentration or whatever, just focusing on gaming. I think we need to get back to that.
Well, and I remember, this is one of the reasons I reached out to COG, and I'm hoping the episode we did gets out there, because like I started to realize there are people in the mix that you're just having fun, like there's no malice in it. And Doc Dark was a catalyst for me realizing that. There were people in my chat, they were fuming mad about him, and I'm like, there's no malice in that man, he's just having fun. And that was kind of what led to me reaching out to COG. I was like, I think I had friendly fire. I think I went and took swings at people and got my sneak disses in on people that are literally just having fun. Like it's just goofing around.
And somebody had said something, and me and you explained it, to each other. We talked to each other about that stuff, and I said, I don't know the man to judge the man. I don't know anything about anything, really, to be honest with you. All I know is that, he makes content, and just like anybody else, like I make content, and I'm too focused on what I'm doing. I'm pretty sure he's too focused on what he's doing, trying to grow his brand. I'm trying to grow my brand, and we grow it in the best way that we know how. And anytime that we're able to educate and uplift other people, that we try to do our best at doing it. And when I got a chance to speak to you, I said, oh no, I like that guy. And COG and I, we're trying to figure out a way to make sure that the thing does come out.
Yeah.
So, just that's on our end. But like when you reached out, I told you, I said, yeah, I'll be there. I said, I work from this time to this time. I'll definitely get there. We could definitely have a conversation because people need to see it.
Yeah.
Right? When they see it, they understand, oh, I'm not really supposed to hate somebody? No, you're not. Like, no, absolutely not. Somebody was in like my message, they left a message and it was like, I hate you, I wish you die. I was like, why? Because I make fun of PlayStation. And I just like, it's not that serious, bro. It's like the plastic. But that I own, and I probably brought more PlayStation stuff than anybody. But they'll get to understand it later on, I guess, with maturity, or continuing to watch your content, because I see the change in you, brother, and I respect it.
I appreciate that. Yeah. Well, I want to end on a positive note, because I'm looking forward to a certain game next week, the Sorrows.
Yeah.
Basically,
I'm picking it up.
What did you think? Okay, this is the good test case here. What did you think of Returnal as a game?
I liked it. I'm a shooter head. So I'm a roguelike dude.
Yeah.
So they combined it for me. Now I get a chance to see what they're going to do with Soros living in that world, and how does that world evolve? What do they change? What did they learn from Returnal, and what did they? Because what I try to do, unless I'm doing a review on something, is to know the least amount possible about a game before it comes out.
Yeah.
Because I'm still living in wonderment. I'm not one of those people that I got to know every aspect. How does it end? But I don't. Please, don't give me that. Don't tell me that. I want to be wild. I think a lot of things in this life has been spoiled from us. I think some of the last great things that we do have is cinema, gaming, and love. And new love is great, but existing love is even better. Video games that you love, new experiences is great, but existing experiences that you can go back to is even better. And the same thing with cinema. So I don't like those three things ruined for me. So I try to keep them as pure as possible.
Well, I think that's a good note to end on, especially because to have somebody on the show that liked Returnal and likes us, because I'm a huge Returnal fan. So I'm always like, I'm curious what people thought about it. So
I thought it was really good. I was hoping that it would come over to Xbox, but I don't think that's happening unless we can get a hold of that launcher.
yeah. It didn't do very well on Steam. I was kind of bummed, and I was hoping Soros would get a second chance.
And that's the reason. The reason why is they don't care if it doesn't do well, but give me 100%. Yeah. And let me get that data.
Yeah.
Sometimes some ecosystems won't take to.
Oh man, that was wild. I'm gonna have to get back on the call, boys. Sorry about that. I want to end on a good note. Let me try to get him back on real quick, just so we can end. I am sorry about that. My internet just completely went out. That's not been happening much lately. We were ending on such a positive note. There we go. Are you there?
Yeah, what happened?
My whole internet went out, and then I went to switch my cables to I have two internet providers. I went to switch from AT&T to cable, and I switched the wrong cables, because usually I can hop right back on. I switched the wrong cables, but AT&T ruined our nice ending. We were having such a good ending to the show there.
We kind of ended it pretty good.
Yeah. So I'll just do a brief outro then, because this is we are still live on YouTube and Twitch.
Okay.
I'm gonna spam a link in chat, guys. That's why I wanted to make sure we got back on. I wanted to make sure and put his YouTube channel in the chat. Make sure and throw King David a subscribe over there on his channel, and show up to his shows, show up to his content. You go live pretty regularly, don't you?
Yeah, I go live today, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, every Monday through Friday. On the weekend, for members, I drop the videos early, like, at least 15, 20 hours early before I send it to the public. And on Fridays, we have Fight Night Fridays, where I'm on until 8 o'clock. I think today I'm going to play some Pokemon after I go live tonight.
Okay.
So, because I got this thing going on, so if they reach the Super Chat goal, I got to wear a Pokemon suit while I'm playing Pokemon.
Chat, if I don't see people from this community assisting with this, because we need this to happen, I'll be very disappointed in all of you. My gosh.
And every time I catch a Pokemon, I gotta go Pika Pika.
Oh my gosh. This must happen. Yeah. This must happen. So the link is in chat. Make sure you guys are there. Do the super chats. I'll be in green room shortly. Well, I'm just gonna end the broadcast here, and then I'll just briefly thank him for his time. Appreciate you guys so much watching. Hit that link in the chat, and thanks so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow.